this Correctional Week for the honor, glory, and development of our nation, Kenya. Fill our hearts and minds with peace, joy, and contentment. Help us to successfully overcome threatening factors against mental well-being. Strengthen us, O Lord, and keep us secure this day and the days ahead. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Mtakiomba si anapigiwa makofi pia. So let us appreciate the man of God. Basi wananchi wapenzi, na tarajia kila mtu ameamka salama. Kila mtu aliamka vizuri na akatandika kitanda. Kama kuna mwenye hakutandika, tafadhali inua mkono juu. Okay, so wote tumeamka na tukatandika. So that was the first achievement. Kutandika kitanda was the first achievement today. Kama hukutandika, okay, labda zamu ilikuwa yako. Basi tunataka kuwapeleka kwa mshururu ya tumbuizo mbalimbali, na kuongoza mambo ya tumbuizo nitamwalika mwenzangu Madam Susan Marita kuweza kutupeleka kwa kipindi cha tumbuika kidogo kabla tuendelee na mambo mengine. Tupigie Madam makofi. Asante.
Asante mwenzangu Mr. Aganyenya. Nitarudia lile swali mwenzangu aliuliza kama mlitandika kitanda maybe. Sijui ungependa kutusaidia kwa sababu wiki ni ya mental health and wellness for effective service delivery. Ukitandika kile kitanda asubuhi, trust me, that's how you start your beautiful day. Yeah? Unasikia vizuri, unarudi pale bedroom, unaangalia kile kitanda, sema huyo ni mimi nimetandika hicho kitanda. Kidogo pale kwa bafu, kidogo maji. Yeah? Get a positive energy in the morning by starting with yourself. Spread that bed. Thank you very much. Choir Kenya Prisons, where are you? Wako na wimbo pamoja twasimama. Umoja ni nguvu. Ukifanya kazi peke yako utaumia. And your mental health and wellness will be tampered with if you are left alone. Pamoja twasimama ndio wimbo, ndio message ya leo ambayo inaambatana na siku ya leo pia. Wiki ni mental health and wellness for effective service delivery. Naomba wimbo ukikushika moyo, usivunje kiti. Simama tafadhali, furahisha moyo wako na mental wellness yako itakuwa mzuri. Si ni kweli? Wapi makofi ya Kenya Prisons Choir? Thank you, karibu sana.
Kenya Prison Service Choir. Tupigeni makofi mazuri. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this is our event as Correctional Service. And so every other thing we do it to glorify our department. Thank you so much, choir. Please don't sit down yet. I just want to share with us and bring to your attention. Kindly let's look at the screen. This great panel that is in front of us. What is the theme? Kindly, could we just speak it out loud? What is the theme of this year's Correctional Service Week? Let's read it together. The theme: mental health and wellness for effective service delivery. Let's read it again. Mental health and wellness for service delivery. Let me also share with you. There is a scholar who once said that a healthy mind is an asset, and that's why we are here this week, so that you can also enhance our service delivery. I want us to pick this as a slogan for today's opening ceremony, even as we are going to go through this week's celebrations. So I want us to have this in mind, that a healthy mind is an asset. Si mind yako kama imetulia unaweza lala. That is true. But when you are troubled, it's not easy to sleep. So when I say a healthy mind, I would love all of us to respond by saying it's an asset. A healthy mind? A healthy mind? Thank you so much. Even as we are continuing to have this entertainment from great teams, I want to also bring to our attention that in an hour's time, we are officially going to open this ceremony. And by then, I don't know if you are allowed to do this now that you are not in any union. If we say Magereza Hoye, can you respond to that? Magereza Hoye. Magereza Hoye. A healthy mind? A healthy mind? Let's continue being entertained by the choir, and then we bring in the attaché from the State Department to give us the item that we'll present during the official ceremony. Karibu choir.
iko na echo.
Thank you so much, choir. I think at that juncture, we are going to adjourn that session for brief entertainment before we begin today's ceremony. Once again, allow me to bring back the slogan, a healthy mind. A healthy mind. Magereza hoye. Parks hoye. Magereza hoye. Parks hoye. State Department hoye. Correctional Services hoye. Tujipigeni makofi mazuri tafadhali. Asanteni. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to observe all protocols. We are going to start off the event, or rather today's first day event. And fast forward, I'm going to invite Dr. Kisivuli Azenga, who is the Acting Director of Prisons Health Services, who is going to unpack by giving us the overview of the national guidelines on mental health and wellness. If we could project Daktari's profile. If we could project Daktari's profile on our panel. Thank you. Even as we are projecting his profile, Daktari, as you're making your way, as Daktari is making his way here, remember Dr. Jackson Azenga Kisivuli is the current Acting Director of Prisons Health Services. Daktari has the responsibility of coordinating provisions of preventive, promotive, and curative health services in consultation with key stakeholders. These are the Ministry of Health, County Health Authorities, ICRC, CDC, and other agencies. Tumpigeni makofi, Daktari, makofi mazuri, as he's making his way to unpack and give us an overview of the reason as to why we are here today. Karibu Daktari. Asante.
Good morning, everybody. Bwana asifiwe. As you heard, Dr. Jackson Azenga Kisivuli, Acting Director, Prison Health Services, and I'm a psychiatrist. I'm glad to be here just to set the tone for the conference and bring some mental health concerns into perspective as regards the Kenyan Prison Service and of course the Probation and Aftercare Service under the auspices of the State Department. I'm just waiting for my presentation to be projected. Secretariat. Yeah, so that is me. Yeah, next. Okay, I'm going to give an overview of the guidelines on mental health and wellness. I'm given 15 minutes, I might take a little longer. I have around 16 slides. Next, please. So, workplace mental health has been a priority in the last few years, particularly with the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic. And the shift to remote work adversely impacted the lifestyle changes and included reduced physical activity and healthy diets, sleep disturbances, and additionally there was loss of interpersonal interactions with co-workers and customers. These changes significantly impacted on the well-being and mental wellness of employees across the globe. And globally, it is estimated that 15% of the working population has at least one mental health condition. And in Kenya, this implies that an estimated 3.7 million of the 24.9 million workforce may be living with a mental health condition. It is against this background that the Ministry of Health set out to develop national guidelines on workplace mental wellness to ensure advances towards improving employees' mental health. Next, please. Now, to bring this into perspective, to understand why we needed the guidelines, especially for our service, we need to look at some of the factors that affect the mental health of our officers. One is burnout and emotional exhaustion. These are triggered by aggressive behaviors from offenders through threats, abuse, physical assault, prisoners harming themselves and us witnessing it, physical threat to fellow officers, and of course the witness through some scenes, and this can expose them to post-traumatic stress disorder. We have an increased workload. This may be due to overcrowding in prison, shortage of staff, strenuous duty allocations, and some have overbearing superiors. Low levels of personal accomplishments, for example, delayed promotions, better remuneration, and compensation of similar colleagues in other disciplinary forces. Living away from family and spouse, decreased psychosocial support from them, especially in these challenging times. Inadequate and poor living conditions, poor housing. I'm sure the ministry is working towards improving this. Poor financial planning, overcommitment of salaries to loans and debts, and especially the mobile money services that people take loans outside their business. Underlying psychiatric conditions, we have officers who may be having pre-existing mental health disorders that may be comorbid with other conditions. Next. Alcohol and drug abuse, these are particular concern. These are triggered by peer influence, especially for officers who are new in the service, bad company, and also as a coping mechanism with stress. Inadequate sensitization and debriefing forums on mental health within the KPS working environment. This may also be due to a shortage of mental health workers. Stigma, poor support structures within various level associations that can adequately support mental health. Stigma associated with various illnesses, especially among officers that are suffering from pre-existing mental health conditions. Demotivation and low morale, this will be perceived to be work and environment related. There are some disciplinary policies also that may not be in tandem with the Constitution and modern prison practices. And I think this is why the Cap 90 is being used together with other statutes. There may be poor or inadequate programs across life and social skills, such as programs or forums where officers can freely open up and achieve a sense of grounding. poor communication channels within the ranks, or between ranks, commitment, appoint work mental wellness committee, develop a workplace mental wellness policy, develop a posted work plan, and mobilize resources. Operationalize the workplace mental wellness program, and undertake continuous monitoring, evaluation, and improvement. Next. So the guiding principles of the guidelines are supportive leadership, management support for employees, health, safety, and mental well-being. This is critical for creating a healthy working environment, investment, and allocation of adequate resources that should be made to embody this value, which helps employees feel secure and valued. Supportive culture and value, a healthy and productive work environment requires a supportive and inclusive culture that values employees and is trust-based. This is very important. Evidence-based intervention should be based on scientific evidence and best practices, taking into consideration the cultural context, and should be routinely evaluated and assessed for effectiveness. A rights-based approach, the rights of workers. Thank you for that. I was struggling. The right of workers, including mental wellness, should be respected as enshrined in various national and international laws, policies, and corporations. There should be active involvement and participation by employees in relevant phases of program planning and implementation that is critical for ownership and success. Hence, a team approach should be embraced, with the inclusion of representatives from employees, management, health and safety, and human resources in the process. This is ideally should happen in every institution. Linkage to the organization's goal, mental wellness should be integrated into the organization's business planning process so that all decisions take employees' well-being into account. Communication is a key factor to organizational success, and should be multi-channeled to include regular reminders of available resources and corporate commitment to employee health, safety, and overall mental well-being. Now, 5 key things to know about mental wellness. The complex relationship between mental illness and mental wellness is best understood by envisioning them sitting on 2 separate continents. About 85% of the world's population does not have a diagnosed mental illness, but these people are not all mentally well or thriving because of pervasive stress, worry, loneliness, and other challenges. On the other hand, those who have a diagnosed mental disorder can still have moderate or positive mental illness. That is, having good relationships, feeling happy, and functioning well at a job. And this is important, especially for our officers who have undergone programs, they are on treatment, and they work with their families, and they are functioning well at the workplace. Practices that increase our mental wellness are increasingly recognized as protective factors for our mental health, as well as helping reduce the severity and symptoms of mental illness. Of course, alongside conventional treatment regimens. Mental wellness is an active process of moving from languishing to resilience and to flourishing. On one level, mental wellness is about prevention, coping with life's adversity, and being resilient when we face stress, worry, loneliness, anger, and sadness. On another level, mental wellness moves us deeper and richer and more meaningful human experience, which is often described as flourishing. What it means to flourish is subjective and personal, and it is shaped by individual values, culture, religion, and beliefs. For one person, it can mean functioning at the top of the game to achieve their life goals, while another, it might mean self-transcendence. Mental wellness helps to shift the perspective away from stigma to shared humanity. Even though the mental health field has done a lot of work to mitigate the stigma surrounding mental illness, a sense of shame, denial, and secrecy continues to afflict people in communities and cultures around the world. Mental wellness can help shift our focus towards a more positive and empowering approach. That is how we feel, think, connect, and function better, rather than just avoiding or coping with illness. It emphasizes our capacity to build resilience, to reduce suffering, to find inner peace and joy, and to seek meaning, purpose, and connection. This is a universal longing shared by all. So mental wellness, number 4, grows out of a grassroots consumer-driven movement. People desperately need non-clinical and non-pathologizing strategies to cope with everyday mental and emotional challenges like stress, burnout, loneliness, and sadness. Evidence shows that improving our mental wellness can even reduce our risk of developing mental illness. But not enough attention is paid globally to mental illness prevention and mental wellness promotion. And the main aim of our guidelines is mental wellness promotion. Consumers, practitioners, and businesses have led the charge in seeking self-directed alternative solutions outside the established fields of medicine, psychiatry, and psychology. They are bringing centuries-old and holistic mental wellness modalities into the mainstream and pushing science into areas where it has not gone before to consider the efficacy of ancient practices and emerging solutions. So, number 5, mental wellness is multidimensional, holistic, and personal. Mental wellness recognizes the integrated and holistic nature of our health and well-being. The state of our mind affects our body and vice versa. Sometimes, when our circumstances change, we need to adopt new practices or strategies to handle stress, improve resilience, and deal with adversity. Key strategies for mental wellness will be achieved by 4 main pathways: activity and creativity, growth and nourishment, rest and rejuvenation, and connection and meaning. Each of these has mind, body, and internal external connection, and together represent a menu of options for pursuing mental wellness. There is no set path, and people can choose the strategies and activities that are most important or effective for them. So let us look at the first one, activity and creativity. This may include having hobbies, making and creating, learning, discovery, and physical. This may mean natural movement, fitness and exercise, sports and active recreation. Growth and nourishment may involve self-help, therapy, coaching and mentoring, cognitive enhancement, and brain training. And this might also be augmented by a good diet, nutrition, taking your medicines and your diet and supplements well. Rest and respiration may involve meditation and mindfulness. This may also entail having a good sleep, mind-body practices like yoga, sensory experiences, listening to good music, good sound, having a
good aroma around you, and touch. Connection and meaning may involve religion, spirituality and beliefs, altruism, helping others, gratitude and compassion. And this may also entail having family and friends, people who add value, having a love for nature and animals, having pets, volunteering and civic engagement. And I'm sure the presenters who are coming after me will expound on much of this in greater detail and in perspective as per our situation is. So finally, I have my slogan also. Good mental health or wellness is preserved well. Thank you.
A very important area on mental health. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to appreciate him once more again. We can do better in a more civilized way, where he can also be accountable how many claps he was given, isn't it? So we just give one. If I say one, we clap once. Okay, one. Yes. 2. 3. 4. I was waiting for you to sort yourself out, but anyway, I will do the control. 1 is just 1. 2 is still 1. 3 is still 1. Sawa sawa. 4 is still 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is 5. Thank you so much. Before we call in the next speaker, kindly let us, with your permission, let us give our heavy duty 2 minutes to entertain us, and then I will call in the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Mental health awareness. Shangwe na vigelegele jamani. Unaweza simama ukajienjoy pole pole na mziki mtamu, burudani kutoka Heavy Duty. Watu wengi sana wana wasiwasi ya afya ya akili mara kwa mara, na wasiwasi wa afya ya akili hujitokeza ishara zinapoonekana. Msongo wa mawazo wanaopitia huathiri sana utendaji kazi. Mahusiano mema huathirika na kulazimisha shughuli kuharibika.
Ukiwa nalo jambo usilinyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. Ukiwa nalo jambo usilinyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay.
It's okay not to be okay. Let's talk about this right now.
Wakubwa kwa wadogo tushirikiane.
Ikikubamba tafadhali simama. Mental health and wellness. Simama tafadhali, jifurahishe kidogo. Asante.
Ukiwa nalo jambo usilinyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. Ukiwa nalo jambo usilinyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay.
So ni wakati maalum wa kuweza kuhamasishana kuhusiana na afya ya akili.
Kiwa nalo jambo usilinyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. Ukiwa nalo jambo usilinyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay.
Usijilaumu.
It's okay not to be okay.
Hauko peke yako. It's okay not to be
okay. It's okay not to be okay.
Tusemezane.
Asante sana. Asante sana Heavy Duty. Tuwapigie makofi jamani. Tuwaongezee tena. Okay, kuna swali kidogo nilisahau kuuliza pale mapema. Kuna mtu anasherehekea siku yake ya kuzaliwa leo? Ama hata kama asherehekei, kuna mtu siku yake ya kuzaliwa inaingiana na tarehe ya leo? Najua tukisema anasherehekea unaweza fikiria yako mahali anakata keki. So mtu siku yake ya kuzaliwa inaingiana na leo. Yuko? Hey, tafadhali simama. Yes, songa hapa mbele kidogo tukupigie makofi. As we prepare to invite the next speaker. Kuna mwingine mwachwa nyuma? Mtu mwenye alizaliwa hii siku ya leo mwenye ako na bahati. Oh, madam, you are among them? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Your name? John Ogure. Oh, Pax Bomet. Alizaliwa siku ya leo. Tumuimbie ama? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. May you live so long. Have that one as well. Asante sana. Basi, our next speaker will be taking us through understanding the social determinants for the mental health and wellness, and that is none other than Richard I. Robinson, MED, Senior Bureau of International Affairs. Karibu sir. Welcome and feel at home.
Dedicated service to the two corrections here in Kenya. My name is Richard Robinson. I serve as a Senior Corrections Advisor for the United States Department of State, Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, and I work within its Office of Knowledge Management, the Technical Advisory Division. Next March will signify my 35th year in the corrections industry, and I'm truly honored and privileged to be invited to stand before you all today as we gather in camaraderie and fellowship throughout this conference week to recognize the hard work that the State Department of Correctional Services accomplishes each year, as well as discuss significant topics of mental health and wellness that affect us in our correctional work that we do daily. I had the privilege of coming earlier this year to spend time with the department's leadership team to facilitate a wellness workshop to kick off this mental health awareness and wellness initiative. And after this conference week, I'm going to stay a few more days to conduct a second version of that workshop with your managers. I hope it to be a very interactive session, and I look forward to the results of that. So I'm hoping now I can start to call Kenya my second home. Maybe I'll start looking for a house, I don't know. But I really do enjoy coming and supporting you in any ways that I can. So while I can speak for 30 minutes on this topic of mental health and wellness, I would rather cede my time after my comments to hear from you on any questions or comments you may have for me or on behalf of INL. I think you all know Paru, who's sitting over here. She can wave her hands. You've probably seen her a lot with INL support. So if there's any questions specific to INL here in Nairobi, please feel free to forward it to her as well. So no matter what part of the world we work in, corrections is corrections everywhere. And we are all tasked with dealing with some of the most dangerous and damaged individuals within our societies. And while maintaining sound and humane custodial practices in line with the United Nations minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners, also known as the Nelson Mandela Rules, which, as you may know, celebrates its 25th year of enactment next year. We know this duty requires a great deal of skill, fortitude, and commitment. And I think a majority of us all knew that when we had those qualities when we first came to work in the correctional field. But as those years have passed, some of us, correctional veterans, those qualities we've had to strengthen as we face significant challenges in many aspects of our work. So as we gather here, it is essential to recognize that the environments we work in are not just a series of walls and bars. It is truly a complex system filled with human emotions, human struggles, and human stories. Those of us with correctional service years quickly understand that maintaining the high-level qualities needed to serve public safety, to manage the variety of inmates that we supervise, and maintain the support of the staff who have our backs requires a constant state of care within ourselves, our families, and our teammates. We must also understand that we should always be dedicated to training and equipping the newer staff that come after us to maintain the highest level of standards. So I hope that over the course of these next few days, we'll be able to share our experience with those who are newer to this work, to help mentor them to reach and go beyond some of the successes that many of us veteran staff have achieved. So as we begin this conference and start to dive into the significant topics of mental health and wellness in correctional work, let's start by focusing on the determinant factors that affect our mental health and wellness on a day-to-day basis. While working with our inmate populations, working with our teammates, and managing our own personal lives. That's the constant juggling we have to do every day in correctional work. Each of these areas have significant impacts for us all. In understanding the unique challenges of correctional work, we first gain understanding of and interact with offenders who themselves have experienced trauma, addiction, mental health disorders, and everything that we can imagine. These issues, of course, are only exacerbated in prisons, especially in times of overcrowding, when there's lack of resources, and when it can lead to increased stress and safety concerns. Constant exposure to violent incidents, threats, or assaults can lead to trauma and anxiety. Let's not forget that our role is not only to ensure safety and security, but also to support rehabilitation and recovery for overall inmate wellness. We do this through our own emotional labor, where we have to manage the emotional needs of the inmates, while at the same time trying to suppress our own feelings, which, when that's done without a balance, can lead to us developing a bit of compassion fatigue, where it starts to drain us. Next, we must understand that no staff member is the same. We're all humans. We're not telepaths, and we do not know what each day may bring to each person who works beside us. We constantly deal in high-stress situations or respond to emergencies or crises while working long hours that can lead to acute stress and mental exhaustion. By not taking that time to develop professional, interpersonal relationships with our teammates, to learn how best to support and engage with them, it can be another determinant issue in affecting overall team's wellness. So we had inmates, teams, while also affecting employee recruitment and retention. We must also acknowledge that this line of work takes its toll on us individually too. The stress of our jobs can lead to burnout and even mental health issues of our own. We take these stressors back to our homes, where our families can be subjected to potentially damaging effects of our poor mental health. Difficulty in balancing work responsibilities with your personal life can lead to stress and personal challenges at home, such as your ability to care for a spouse, to care for your children, or to care for other family members. And this all can be compounded by that work-related stress. Correctional workers worldwide have been known to resort to alcohol and substance abuse and even self-harm when they've had underdeveloped or ineffective coping strategies. We know that addressing our mental health can sometimes become stigmatizing, for we want to put our best foot forward and put that best part of ourselves for others to see. But many people may feel ashamed to seek help, which can further exacerbate the challenges we face in our work environment. With the department's leadership, your dedication, INL's continued support, and everyone else's, we will use this week to acknowledge the incredible work that you do, highlight your resilience in facing the challenges in correctional facilities across Kenya, and further enhance your commitments to mental health and wellness within your correctional system. We hope that these few days will assist in developing effective strategies to support SDCS's correctional workers, because we know that addressing these challenges can foster a healthier work environment improve public safety, and ultimately improve our overall wellness outcomes for ourselves, our teammates, and for the inmates we are charged to care for. I wish to thank you all again for the time you've given me and for INL Nairobi for inviting me to join you this week to focus on this vital work. I stand ready to continue my support of the State Department of Correctional Services, and I very much look forward to our interactions throughout this week. Asante sana. Thank you very much. So, I mean, if you want to do Q&A, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll be around. Feel free to reach out to me if there's a question or concern. But I look forward to our interactions. And of course, like I said, Paru is here representing INL office at the embassy. So if there's any questions we can answer for you, we're here for that. Would you like me to stay, or would you like to? Okay. So if there's any,
stay a little bit, sir.
Okay.
So we'll allow, if there is any question, kindly you do so. Any question? Just raise up your hand and the microphone will come to where you are.
And if you have none right now, that's perfectly fine. I think I'll be speaking again, so over the course of the next few days, if other questions come up, please make note of them. We'll make ourselves available to answer them for you. Otherwise, have a great conference week, network, learn from each other, and enjoy your days here. And again, thank you for the invitation to join you. I'm very honored. Thank you.
So, we thank you so much, Mr. Richard, for that wonderful presentation. And we want to officially appreciate him now. Ile ingine ilikuwa ya kienyeji. Sawa. Twende ile ya haki, si ndio? Tengeneza mkono. Haya, piga moja kali. Ingine tena ya katikati, ya kukaribia kumaliza na ya kumaliza. Thank you so much. Before again we get one song from Heavy Duty, allow me to recognize the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Madam Jane Kiri. She's already here with us. Hello, Madam, feel at home at this Correctional Service Week. We have National Coordinator, CSO, Honorable Mudoni Jagi. Thank you. Welcome, Madam. And Director, we have 8 directors from Parks. Feel free, feel welcomed. We have directors from the Kenya Prison Service. Kindly feel at home. We have the CEO Pomac. CEO Pomac. Kindly feel at home. Then we have Robert Omita, ICRC, the partners. And then we have Chandaria Foundation and Prime Rawat, amongst other partners. Kindly feel welcomed to this very important function. Now, with your permission again, allow us to bring you some small entertainment as we plan for the next speaker. Thank you and feel at home.
Vijute.
Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Yule si wako nami si wangu, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Oho. Oho. Lilo. Oh mama. Sawa. Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Kwako hayuko, kwangu hayuko. Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe?
Dansuo.
Lilo. Oh mama. Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Hasira za nini wewe Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Wewe una wako nyumbani na mimi nina wangu nyumbani. Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Nasema
Sina makosa we Bwana. Sina makosa we Bwana. Sina makosa we Bwana. Dansuo. Eviduti ni moto. Eviduti ni moto. Eviduti ni moto. Ubwiza. Ubwiza.
Sasa ni wakati wa kupiga makofi. Tunapiga makofi pamoja, au sio? Sema. Wow. Piga makofi. Let's go. Aha. Bwana, sina makosa. Bwana, sina makosa. Bwana, sina makosa. Bwana, sina makosa. ndugu yako anitaki mama yoyo.
Naomba picha yako Osela mama.
Naomba ndugu yako anitaki mama yo.
Naomba picha yake Osela mama. Osela, Osela, Osela mama. Naomba picha yake Osela mama.
Osela,
Osela, Osela mama. Naomba picha yake Osela mama.
Okay,
thank
okay.
you.
Ni Stella ama Stella? Stella. Tafadhali kama Stella yako picha. Tuwapigie makofi tena. Under the Commandant Prison Staff Training College. Nakaa nawalisha vizuri na wanaoga vizuri. Unaona nyuso zao na mavazi yanang'ara. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome the panel discussion on where are we on mental health and wellness, and what can be done to make a difference in our correctional facilities. So I will call out the names of the panelists, and then finally I'll call out the name of the moderator of this panel. And we'll be appreciating them as they move on the stage. So first on the list of panelists is Nancy Nungari, Probation and Aftercare Service. Nancy Nungari, let's clap for her kindly. Asante sana, apigiwe makofi kabisa anapopanda kwenye jukwaa. Second panelist is Rogers Okeyo, Manason, Probation and Aftercare Services. Rogers Okeyo, Manason. Let us appreciate him as he comes up finally. Unamuongeza energy. Anafika kama mawazo yuko sawa, bongo yuko moto. Number 3, Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Doreen Anambaka, Kenya Prison Service. Doreen Anambaka. Doreen Anambaka. Let us appreciate her. Asante sana. On top ni officer in charge Kakamega Women Rep. Kakamega Women Prison. Asante. And then Chief Inspector of Prisons, Rolex Ogoy, Kenya Prison Service. Rolex Ogoy. Let's clap for him kindly. Yes, yes. Asante sana. Umekuja quick much. Now, it is my pleasure to bring on stage, you helped me to bring on stage the moderator, Dr. Beatrice Nzobo, professional counseling psychologist. Let's clap for her kindly. Chapa makofi na mwendo. Piga vile anakanyaga step unaweka makofi. Hapo mahali anakanyagia. Asante sana. Tumuongeze makofi tena. Asante sana. Asante sana. Now, take this opportunity to hand over the microphone to the moderator, Dr. Beatrice.
Good morning, everybody. It's our pleasure that today we are here to talk about where we are as far as mental health and wellness is concerned in our correctional institutions. And with me, I have the panelists with us, and I would request that each one of them introduces themselves just before we go into the discussion. And we'll start from the far end. Please, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Nungari. I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm also a principal probation officer, the probation and aftercare service headquarters in the special needs offender section. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chief Inspector Rolex Ogoe. I work at the Kenya Prisons headquarters at the Directorate of the Rehabilitation, Welfare and Sports. I'm mainly concerned with the inmate rehabilitation and welfare. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rogers Okeyo. I'm a psychologist by training. I work as a probation officer with the Department of Probation and Aftercare Services, and I'm based at Mkuruini Probation Station in Nyeri County. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning once again.
Morning.
God is good.
All the time.
And all the time. Wow. My name is Senior Superintendent Doreen Anabaka, a correctional officer, the current officer in charge at Kakamega Women Prison. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Beatrice Nzou. I'm a counseling psychologist and also a mediator with the judiciary. I'm the vice chair of Counselors and Psychologists Society of Kenya. We welcome you to the discussions this morning. And just as we move on, it's good to understand what is this animal we are calling mental health and wellness. And the panelists are going to unpack all this for us as we start off. I will ask Doreen to give us what it means when we talk about mental health and wellness. Madam, what are we talking about?
Thank you so much, Daktari. I'd like to borrow a lot from the speakers that came before us. Dr. Kisivuli told us that there is no health without mental health. And mental wellness does not necessarily mean the absence of mental illness. So when we talk about health, we are talking about the mental well-being in aspects of the physical aspect, the social aspect, and also the emotional aspect. The physical aspect, we are talking about a lack, someone looking physically okay, the absence of sickness. When we talk about the social aspect, we are talking about the ability of someone to be able to relate with themselves and also relate with others well. And then I've talked about the physical, the social, and then the psychological. So when you talk about mental, we're talking about the mind. So in my definition, I like to say that mental well-being is the state of the mind, of the mental wellness, as in the ability of someone to be able to cope with the normal stresses of life. Like for example, when all of us were coming here, maybe someone, how did you react to it? So the ability, and then there is the ability to be able to cope. Rogers, what do you have to add on that?
Yes, in addition to that, my colleague panelist has mentioned the ability to cope with normal daily stresses, and also the ability to realize our full potential. So the other components that define mental health is the ability to work productively and fruitfully. So maybe I'll give a basic example. To be able to work productively and fruitfully means that you're able to achieve the desired outcome or results within a very short period and do so effectively and efficiently. So maybe a basic example is if I ask someone to count for me how many people are in this column, then they take like 5 hours. Is that productive? Definitely it's not. So it means that that person is not productive, it means that they are not in a right state of mental health.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
the ability.
Yes.
We would want to know what are some of these signs that we would detect among our staff members, among our inmates, that would make us to label them to have ill mental health. Rolex?
Thank you, Daktari. Within the prison context, I believe we are able to identify some of these mental health in two categories. First is amongst the inmates, and another aspect is amongst the staff members. Among the inmates, we are able to identify signs of mental health, cases like the withdrawal. Once you see an inmate withdrawing or isolating himself, this could be a pointer that there is an issue. There is the issue of aggression, where we find an inmate becoming too excessively aggressive with other inmates or towards an officer. That one will be a pointer also to signs of mental illness. The issues that are also strong mood, being moody. When an inmate becomes too moody, it could be a pointer to some of these issues. There is also that aspect of being violent. If an inmate becomes too violent, those are pointers that there could be signs of mental health issues. Then when you go to the officers, there is the aspect of chronic absenteeism. When an officer becomes excessively absent in his work, this could be a pointer. Also withdrawal. When an officer withdraws from other officer or other social activities within the workplace, this also is a pointer. There's also the aspect of engaging in substance and alcohol abuse. This also points to some aspect of mental health. The violence, when an officer tries to use personal violence on inmates, these are some of the things that would point to the aspect of mental health. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Nancy, you have something to add into that, please?
Yes, certainly I do. Thank you, Daktari. I think what I want to start with by saying is that we need to recognize that our mind, just like any part of our body, also falls ill. So that's the starting point, that just the same way we have a headache, we have a stomachache, we have different infections, it's the same way that our own mind can be challenged after different experiences, and it can become unwell. And that's why we are here talking about mental wellness. The second thing I want to mention, Daktari, is that mental illness is very common, or mental health conditions. So we need to reduce the stigma with this. Globally, the statistics show that 1 in 8 persons has a mental health condition. And that is very important, because as we sit in this room, if you just count 8 people across, there's a possibility that one of us has a mental health condition. So this is something that is amongst us. And that is why we are raising awareness. We are having this conversation so that then we can link the mental health condition and the help we need. Doctor asked about the signs of mental illness, and my colleague has described the common ones we see. I would like to classify them in some of the most common disorders that we experience within our settings. The first one is trauma. Trauma is very prevalent in correctional settings. And Daktari, the psychiatrist, was here and he mentioned it. We are here as the leadership of Correctional Services. We need to be able to identify what signs point to myself or my client having trauma. And I will mention 3 things that you can look out for. The first one is re-experiencing. That after the trauma has happened, if you're going to have a traumatic reaction, you're going to feel like it's happening all over again, over and again. It can come in form of nightmares. It can come in form of flashbacks. It can come in form of intrusive memories. So you're continuing with your normal day-to-day life, but the client. The second thing that happens is avoidance. Because of those memories that are plaguing your mind and my mind, we start to avoid. And how do we do this? We all try different things to run away from the challenge we are facing in our mind. For someone else, it could be binge watching. You spend all your time watching TV, or scrolling on your phone, or drinking, like my colleague has mentioned. Because trauma is one of the identified gateways to substance abuse. And as we are using alcohol or any other drug to be able to cope from the challenge in our mind, we can easily go to dependence. And we have amongst us, either ourselves or our colleagues, who struggle with this issue of substance dependence. It's a real issue for us as correctional officers and also for our client. So I want us to begin to look at ourselves and our clients from this lens, that if someone is having substance dependence, the good question to ask is, what are they running away from? Then it becomes a treatment issue. So as the leadership, you're able to see this sign, and it can lead to the next action. The third thing, if you allow me, Daktari, I'll mention,
Yes.
is that trauma leads us to be very hyper-vigilant. As I said, trauma happens in the past, but it stays stuck in your mind. We are here in the present. I'm dressed here in my nice suit. But because I've gone through trauma, when I hear this door banged, my body will react and remind me the trauma of the past. And that is hypervigilance. Someone is always on alert. You ask ourselves, why are our clients, our correctional clients, why are there so many of them who are engaged in violent acts? What if it's a reflex to the trauma that they have experienced? They're trying to stay safe. They are experiencing threat where maybe the threat is minimal, but because they have undergone trauma, for them, it jumpstarts the body, and the reaction exceeds the situation. And then we end up with a client, either in prison or probation. Think also of ourselves. Sometimes we overreact. Why? Because our body is stuck. So these are the signs that we need to look for out in ourselves, but also in our clients. The other condition that I'll highlight is depression. Often when we say we are depressed, we use it as a common term. Oh, today I'm so depressed. We mean we are sad or we are disappointed. But depression is a clinical condition as well. And this is where your sadness has gone to levels where you're not able to pick yourself up again. You're pessimistic about life constantly. You experience loss of interest in the things that you used to enjoy, whether it's you or our client. As leaders, if we begin to develop that lens to see these signs of depression, then we can be able to tell whether a colleague or ourselves or our client is starting to go down that path. And let me tell you, you can see the suicide risk or rates in this country. Depression can be masked. We have high functioning depression. Today I was at work, I was very productive. Tomorrow I jump off the 11th floor. Why? Because we easily mark depression, either with high functioning or we just put up a mask and we are smiling. But inside, someone is deeply hurting. So your level of functioning is not a very good indicator of whether or not you have a mental health condition. So we need to be aware, because the suicide risk for depression is very high, and in order to intervene, we need to recognize the signs. Lastly, I'm going to mention about anxiety. That's something else we normally say a lot. I'm anxious, meaning we worry, we are distressed about a situation. But anxiety can also get to clinical levels. And this is where you're not able to function either at work or at home. So as the leaders, when we're looking at these signs, think about the people we supervise. Think about your colleague. Think about your client. If their social functioning, their work functioning, their learning is being affected, they're not performing to par, ask ourselves, what could be behind this? And then we meet that, not with punishment, not with discipline, but with compassion, with empathy, with interventions. And then we can bring that number down. 1 in 8, maybe it will be less. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Madam. Maybe the next question could have just gone to the audience. After hearing the signs that go along with mental illness, as leaders in our institutions, are we able to identify a character? Are we able to identify some people who are showing the signs that we have been told? And with that, can we say, as Nancy tells us, that mental health is a problem in our correctional institutions? What are the causes of ill mental health? Nancy has talked a bit about it. But I think, Rogers, can you add something on the causes of mental illness?
Yes, certainly. So the causes of ill mental health, and specifically in our correctional department, I'll tackle it from the probation and aftercare services where I work. So starting with the clans that we serve, those offenders who are serving non-custodial sentences, the aspect of lack of access to proper or adequate mental health care. And this lack of access makes it now makes the mental health concerns that could have been addressed to be, it makes them vulnerable to mental health illnesses. We also have conflicts. These conflicts could either be intrapersonal or interpersonal. These are people who, perhaps someone is serving an uncustodial sentence, but again, he still have another pending court case. So there are conflicts that are going on in this person's mind, and that could cause mental health issues. Maybe I can just mention two among the officers. So as probation officers, one of the things that we do is that we write social inquiry reports to the court. So when someone has been, during the court process, when the court wants to know more information about the subject in court, we are required to go out there and do what we call social inquiry. Any other member of the community, or any party to this case. And so in the course of doing that, we come into contact with sometimes traumatic information. Because, for example, let's say you're handling a case for sexual abuse or murder or those very serious offenses. You come with stories that, you listen to stories that ideally they cannot be told freely in the society. And those can lead to trauma or even stress. Yes, thank you.
Rolex, you are in the prison. What could be really the cause of ill mental health in the prison setup?
Within the prison setup, first of all, we have the aspect of confinement. Human beings are social beings. And it is a little bit difficult for individual to be confined where told on when and how to go. First of all, that also creates an aspect of mental health. Then there's also the aspect of offenses, of violent offenses. These always, when they reflect on some of these crimes, it created some aspect of mental health amongst them. Then when we move to the aspect of the officers, we have the lack of support. Lack of support by the public and also the seniors, as it were, because recently I was engaging with an officer who mentioned that what we do as prison officers, we believe that it's for the good of the public, but at the end of the day, you find that the public turns against some of the things or some of the decisions that you make. So in that case, you are left to wonder, am I doing or wrong? So that aspect also created some form of anxiety amongst the officers. Then we also have the environment, the prison environment as it is, just like the previous presented that the prison environment in itself, it's a violent environment, and this violence gets into people, into officers, and even the inmates themselves. Then we also have that aspect of violence amongst inmates themselves, also exposes the inmates to another aspect that causes mental health in prison is the long sentences, where an individual is uncertain of when he's going to get out, give in to the mental health issues within the...
From the officers, you realize that we have to deal, as officers, we have to deal with a lot because of them to come into prison are related to mental issues. So, for example, capital offenses, sexual offenses, grievous harm, assault, and all those crimes that are associated with anger and poor anger management skills, they lead to the inmates eventually being sentenced to serve their terms in prison. So outcome of unattended, if these mental issues are not attended to, they therefore lead to compromised rehabilitation process. So it again leads to recidivism, because when an inmate, the underlying issue is not addressed, the inmate will eventually just serve the sentence, go back to the society, and again go back to the same offense, or maybe a different one, that will lead them to come back into prison, which is something that we need to seriously address as managers of prisons. And unfortunately, another issue I'd like to talk about is the increased cases of suicide and self-harm. We have seen cases, such cases being talked to us, even in the media, in the social media, the increased cases of suicide and self-harm because of the inability to cope with the normal processes, the normal stresses of life, the inability to balance between what Dr. Kisivuli said, the flourishing and languishing. Because in the normal life that we live, there are times when life will be at the top, when you'll feel that you're making it. And then there are times that you'll feel like you're languishing, when you will reach the lowest the lowest that you can go to in this life. So when you are unable to balance those, then it will lead you to commit or be involved in this to have suicidal thoughts, and eventually these cases are so much increasing in the society, among the officers, and even among the inmates.
Thank you, Madam. Rogers, what would happen if mental health issues are not handled as far as...
I think I'll start by saying that the same position also applies to PACS, Probation and Advocacy Service, what Madam Doreen has articulated. But also in addition to that, if mental health issues are not handled, then they can lead to serious mental health illnesses. For example, if stress is not handled properly, then it can now graduate into depression. If anxious health constitutes of both physical, mental, and social aspects. And this also means that these three things are intertwined. And so when mental health thing could be, as she has said, there's the aspect of recidivism, but also there's direct crime. There's a very big correlation between mental health and crime, where when someone has a mental health issue, then it increases their possibility of committing a crime. Lastly, I'll talk about the issue of productivity, and that when any person who has a mental health issue or concern will not be as productive as they're supposed to be. And perhaps to quote what the CS for Health said on Mental Health Awareness Day, she said that the country loses 62.2 billion annually due to mental health issues. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we come to a very serious question that we need to get an answer to. The question is, how are mental health issues being addressed in our correctional facilities? This is a question anybody who is a leader needs to have an answer to it. But let's hear what Madam Nancy has to advise us on this.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Now that we know and we are aware, and this conference is a testament that mental health issues are with us, I'll speak on the part of probation and aftercare service. Cognizance of the mental health issues and the risk to our officers, we have mechanisms in place to be able to address these issues. And we do them at various levels. And this happens by debriefing. Among us in probation aftercare service, we have people who have specialized training in psychology. And I'd like to appreciate us taking advantage of this opportunity and put in mechanisms in place to provide probation institutions. They take this upon themselves to organize debriefing sessions for officers. As my colleague Rogers mentioned, vicarious trauma, the trauma we get from listening and interacting with our clients, whether they're offenders or victims, who've experienced a lot of trauma, can traumatize us. And one outlet we get for that is debriefing. The second thing we have institutionalized within the probation and aftercare service is a mechanism we call case conferencing. And this is where we are seeking to spread the burden that we carry across the station. So we sit together and we discuss the most complex cases and the most complex issues so that we share that burden together. It's not being borne by one person. The other thing is training. And training is very key. One, training for officers, training for themselves and also to be able to help their clients. This is through partnerships, especially with the Money Counseling Institute, that has given us the skills to be able to be aware of our own mental health issues, but also those of our clients, and equipped us with the ability to intervene, which is very critical. The other level of training is for our managers. As Richardson mentioned, we are having training for managers to equip them to be able to also support mental health in the workplace. And such trainings have taken place this year. Another one is scheduled after the conference. So these are structures that help us as an organization to be able to safeguard and to be able to address and respond to these mental health issues amongst us.
Thank you, Madam. Rolex, in the prisons, what mechanisms are there that are handling the mental health issues?
Thank you, Dr. within the prison service, first of all, I'll also take this opportunity to commend the leadership of the Kenya Prison Service for their tremendous effort in mainstreaming mental health issues within the system. First of all, also to the State Department of Correctionals, in organizing such events, it helps in amplifying the mental health issue within our services. It's also important that we understand that what we do within the Kenya Prison Service is, first of all, the identification of some of these issues. How do we identify mental health issues? First of all is the robust screening of inmates. The initial screening, this is where we get to understand that this inmate has a problem that needs further management. So in that aspect of screening, it assists in isolation of some of these cases and giving it that aspect of further management. Another aspect that how the prisons has been able to tackle issues of mental health is the issue of human resource. The human resource and capacity building. We understand that we've had the director of mental health, health services within the Kenya Prison Service. He is a psychiatrist. And these are things that are needed within the department to address some of these mental health issues. I know of nurses who've been trained on how to handle and how to deal with mental health cases. These are people within the service and who work across the prisons to address some of these issues. It's a specialized training that are there. Then we also have the aspect of policy reforms, because just as it is, I believe the prisons is domesticating the mental health policy, the workplace mental health policy that was given out by the Ministry of Health. It's being domesticated within the prisons, and there are several other policies like the drugs and substance abuse policy. We also have the HIV/AIDS policies. All this speaks to the aspect of policy engagement, trying to engage at a policy level and the reforms. Also, we have the aspect of the public service has also helped when it comes to management of some of these causes of mental health, like the discipline manual that is there within the public service of 2016. It tries to address some of these causes, that there are other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms that has really assisted in terms of how officers are being addressed in terms of their discipline. This has really helped, and it's going far in trying to address some of the issues that we have. Also, to mention that within the prison service, we have the mental health committees. These are committees that tries to identify, map the resources within the prison service to address some of the mental issues amongst the officers and the inmates. So these mental health committees, it's a very important committee because it involves officers across board with its leadership as the station manager, or in the prison's language, the officer in charges. The officer in charges as the managers or as the in charges of this wellness committee will be able to understand some of the mental health issues within his station and address them. And they address them as a committee. This has seen us being helped And we have seen officers who've maybe deserted or maybe absconded duty, tried, issues has been addressed. As for care, there's the aftercare programs and aftercare support programs. Albeit it's not that more pronounced, but it's catching up, just as the mental health wellness committee. The aftercare support is also catching up, and very soon we believe that it's going to assist some of the officers who've been affected by drugs and substance abuse. We also have these committees amongst the inmates. I know of Nakuru Women Prison, where we have a very vibrant inmate wellness committee, a wellness committee of the inmates themselves. Because there are some aspects, we have to attest to the fact that there are some aspects, even as officers ourselves, that inmates might not be able to share with us. So these mental health committees amongst the inmates themselves, or otherwise the peer group amongst the inmates, is very important. It tries to address the inmates, because you find an instance where an inmate stayed for long in prison and an inmate who's just come into the system of the prison. So in trying to encourage that these are things that he or she can cope with some of these things. So it's also important that we have this aspect of peer group also. We also have the capacity building that I said on issue of counseling and therapy. We are so big in that we have officers who've been able to assist fellow officers, and we also have officers who are assisting inmates, like with the therapeutic behavior therapy, such as the CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, to address issues of anger and issues of violence among inmates. So these are some of the things that happen within the prison service that try to address the mental health issues within our service. So I believe by mainstreaming and having several of these sensitization conferences and workshops, some of the mental health issues will be addressed. I know we are not at that place yet. We are not at an ideal place, but we are making very positive strides. And in future, I believe we will be at a place that we call an equilibrium in terms of mental health. Thank you.
Thank you for ushering us in to the next question. We really appreciate the administration of the prisons and also the probation department on the structures that are available to address mental health issues within the institutions. And so, not repeating ourselves of what there is. Rogers, what can be done to improve management of mental health wellness in our correctional centers?
Yes, thank you so much. I think my colleagues have mentioned quite a few, and I won't repeat. I'll add onto it. Number one, I believe that encouraging open communication about mental health will not only help to demystify the myths about mental health, but also help to reduce the stigma on mental health. One of the things that has led to a lot of people having mental health issues, especially men, is because there's no open communication about mental health. When you say that you have a mental health issue, it's perceived that maybe you are weak or you're not man enough. So by encouraging open communication, we've appreciated that it's a health condition just like any other. Then it will help to really promote mental wellness in our institutions. And this cuts across. The second thing, I believe that we are in a digital age. And being in a digital age, digital skills is a necessity to everyone. at least everyone who is here has a smartphone. And you have to have some skills to know how to use that smartphone. And likewise, I believe we're in a mental health age. And do believe that mental health information and skills should be a basic necessity to everyone. In other words, I'm saying that every person needs to be trained on some basic mental health skills, so to help improve mental wellness. And this will go a long way to assist in even assessing, because I won't be able to know the signs of mental illness if I don't, if I've not been trained to do so. So it will even help to, it will help the officers to identify these issues amongst colleagues or even among the inmates. The last bit, I believe that collaborations will also help to promote mental wellness. This is not something that can be achieved by the correctional department only. We need everyone to come on board. We need other stakeholders, the NGOs. We need the Ministry of Health. We need the Ministry of Education. Actually, I was thinking that the topic of mental health should even be put in our curricula, right from primary to secondary and going upwards, because that will be a very proactive way of dealing with mental health. I've handled cases where when assessing the cause for this person to get into offense, you realize that it was just lack of assertiveness. This person was not able to say, especially the young people, they were not able to really say no to some situations. That's a mental health facet, which if it's trained early enough, then it helps even to prevent crime and promote mental wellness.
Thank you so much. Madam Doreen, you are, this is something that is hands-on for you. Daily, you are handling these issues. And there are things that you think need to be improved for you as a manager of a correctional institution for things to work better. What is it that you feel needs to be improved?
Thank you, Daktari. One of the things that I'd like to mention to improve the mental health and wellness of both officers and the inmates and our custody is, number one, to increase the resources, and especially the human resource. You realize that we have fewer psychiatric doctors, psychologists, counselors, those who have the professionals to address the mental health of both inmates and the officers at the station, so that probably every institution has a psychiatric or a deployment of counselors, so that every institution has at least a psychologist and a counselor that will be able to address this issue of mental health. Then I would also, to improve this mental health, especially among the officers, is to have yearly assessment or annual mental health assessment. Because we have an insurance cover that pays for our annual medical assessment. Because we are allowed to do that, to go and assess the medical. So we should also apply and have an annual mental assessment, because due to the exposure to this environment that causes so much mental issues, so many mental issues as we are exposed to this environment. So if we had an annual mental assessment of the officers, we can be able to detect these mental issues early enough so that they can be addressed before they become full-blown. For the inmates, we can have rehabilitation programs that are tailored to target the mental health of the inmates. Programs that address anger issues, programs that address the inability of these inmates being able to cope, programs that are tailored specifically to address these mental issues. If we improved on this, then in my opinion, we'll have addressed this issue of mental health. And like my colleague said, the adoption of mental health into our curriculum. In the meantime, as we recommend that this curriculum is reviewed to begin addressing the issue of mental health from the primary level in our education system, we can review our curriculum at the Prison Staff Training College to include, just as we did with the issue of human rights, that we have mental health as prioritized as an into the curriculum as a way of bringing or making aware or sensitizing, so that most of the officers, or all the officers before they are deployed or posted to the institutions on the ground, they are taken through the signs to know, to be aware what the signs of mental health issues are, so that they can be addressed early enough, even as they posted to the institutions, they are aware of what they
owed. And let's say, God forbid, it is a very bad. The reason is, as far as I'm concerned, the uniformed personnel in our country mentally is not taken care very well. Because even when we go to the prison, many times, like the counselors would want to talk to the inmates. We feel like the inmates are the ones who are traumatized. How about the prisons officer who is handling this unruly inmate? It is high time that we get to know that there is need for us as prison officers, as probation officers, to start taking care of our mental health. Because the trauma, as Daktari told us, that comes our way in line of duty can make us to be sick. And as a counselor, I've seen this to happen. So friends, what am I saying? I'm saying let's have structures in our workplaces that will take care of our own mental health. A lot about what are the signs. To describe the signs, we have been able to talk in there. Right now, panelists, I would want to give you an opportunity to give the recommendation that you feel needs to be put into place in order to improve the mental health facilities in our institutions.
We need to adopt as correctional services and to how each of these persons will be different based on the trauma that has happened to this person up until this point that their justice involved, that contributes to their behavior. And that way, with that lens of trauma, we can make the behavior better, and we can be able to tailor-make interventions. The second thing I'd like to emphasize is that knowing the risk of mental health problems in corrections work, I think it would be really good if there could be a policy or a way to have mandated therapy, so that we say every year as a correctional practitioner, as a way of taking care of yourself, would you please maybe do X number of sessions? That's a preventative measure. We're not waiting for the problem to boil over, for the conditions to be full-blown. We are responding, we are preventing before the issue gets out of hand. And that's a form of self-care. That's our way we put on our oxygen mask before we go to help our clients. We take care of ourselves so that if we are well, if we are mentally well, then even our rehabilitative outcomes will be better. We can guide our clients better, and we can have better relationships as colleagues. So wear our own mask first.
Thank you. Rogers, what's your recommendation?
Yes, also, I have 2 or 3. Okay. Yes. The first one will be, actually, we understand that we have a safety, it's called Safety Act, let me just get it correctly. Occupational safety that protects when they are at work. So that in case you get a body injury or a disease that has arisen as a direct result from the nature of your work, then you are taken care of. And in addition, we also have Work Injury Benefits Act that can compensate someone in case you are injured at the place of work. I will highly recommend that if such can be applied to mental health, because there are people who their nature of work does not expose them to physical injury, but expose them to mental health issues. So I'm trying to imagine when someone has developed schizophrenia or depression to an extent work again. And maybe perhaps that has been caused by the nature, exposure to the nature of work. I recommend that we should have laws or policies that take care of such people.
Thank you. Doreen?
Thank you. I'll have one, Daktari. Currently, in our prison settings, only the capital offenders are taken for a mandatory mental assessment. I would like to recommend that because like 80% of the inmates in our institutions commit the crimes that they do commit because of mental issues. So I'd like to recommend that all the inmates are taken for an elaborate mental assessment. And then also recommend that the ones that require help and assistance and support are accorded the same. Because not only the ones who commit murder or the capital offenses are mentally ill or suffering from a mental illness or a mental disorder, but most of these inmates, or most of the pathways to crime, or most of the crimes are committed due to mental issues. So I'd like to recommend that most of the inmates or all the inmates are taken for mental assessment. And that's why we started by saying that we have an elaborate or increase the number of professionals in our institutions so that if it can't happen at the hospitals, it can happen in our institutions. So mental assessment to all the inmates to ascertain the mental well-being of the
to build more prisons. Because most of the time, what the prison work entails, so that somebody gets into the prison service if he knows what he is getting into, so other than being shocked after joining the service. Another thing that I would wish for is the utilization of technology. We have to be aware that currently technology is big, we are big on technology, and use of teleconferencing and telecounseling services, it's very important, and it will help and assist, especially within the prison service where dual relationship is a thing. So it will be important that we utilize some of the technologies available to address some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Being a prisons, I would...
Correctional Service Week here. We could have our seats. As Dr. is winding up this session in 2 minutes, then we officially open.
Thank you. The prisons, I would wish to give the following 2 recommendations. The first recommend the psychologists. We need to partner with the mediators so that we can be able to help every person who is in the prison institution. You will agree with me as a counselor, the senior in charge of the institution has got an issue. He will not go to the juniors to share what is hurting. But if there is a partnership with a counselor who is not a part of the institution, that person can be helped. And let me tell you, Counselors and Psychologists Society of Kenya has got counselors in the 47 counties of our country. So if you partner with Counselors and Psychologists Society of Kenya, wherever your prison institution is, there is a counselor near you. The other thing is that the planning or the department needs to come up with to factor a budget for psychological interventions for the partners and also for the inmates and the officers that are there. At this time, we want to say thank you so much for the opportunity that you've given us to be able to share the challenges and the issues that are there in our institutions as far as mental health is concerned. Maybe if there is somebody with a question, Madam MC, or we let it go at that point.
Thank you, Dr. We are going to adjourn at this moment. We officially start this event. We humbly request our team to take our position. Then we officially start off the event. We are going to request our band team to be ready for the national anthem together with the choir. Sir, and all the dignitaries present, we request that all will be upstanding to start off with the national anthem and the East African anthem. Band, when you're ready. Thank you so much, Ban. Sir, we request that we humbly remain upstanding and request that we begin this ceremony with a word of prayer. With your permission, sir, allow me to invite Malim Sultan Ekaloton and Bishop Peter Kimani, who are going to lead us in this session. Karibuni. We'll begin with Malim Sultan Ekaloton. Welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, the most merciful. Master of the day of judgment, alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path, not for those who have not gone astray. O Almighty Allah, give us in this world standing as we work toward the rehabilitation of Allah. instill in us a sense of unity and purpose. May our efforts during this Correction Services Week foster a spirit of correction and cooperation and compassion, allowing us to contribute positively to our society. We ask for your blessing upon this week and all the activities planned. May our activity reflect your mercy and justice. O Allah, uplift our hearts and ease our task, and remove the impediment of our tongue. Bless our nations, our leaders, and give them wisdom, patience, and strength to lead. O Allah, bless and protect our officers as they carry out their duties. O our Lord, let not our words deviate from the truth after you have guided us and grant us mercy. O Almighty Allah, forgive us for any mistake and grant us the strength to overcome any challenges we face. Bless our nation as we foster peace, harmony, success, and justice within our correctional system. In the name of Allah, we do pray and believe.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God, our Heavenly Father, again we come before you with humility and with thanksgiving to thank you for the gift of this day, for the gift of each and every one of us here, and for this moment that you have gathered us in this conference hall so that we may bring matters to focus affecting our lives, the lives of those we take care of, especially our offenders, and even our fellow staff and our families, and even the colleagues that we work with. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity that is going to help us to focus on the reason why you created us, that we may be able to know you, to love you, to serve you, and finally to be with you in heaven. We cannot be able to do all those if we are ailing, if we are unwell. We may do it in one way or another, but we are praying that you grant us good health of mind and body. You grant us all the resources that we may need, also as correctional services, which is geared to mend and to cure and to heal all the wounds that have been caused by offenses, by crime, and bring the society to its moral fabric and to its center. We pray that you grant us your wisdom during these sessions that we shall have, the few days that we are going to be here, so that it may not only impact on our lives, us who are here, but also for those that we are representing. We pray for the probation and aftercare services. We pray for Kenya Prison Service. We pray for our commanders and our mission, so that we may be able to praise you in our lives and more so to serve you with divine wisdom and with fear of you. We pray that you be with us, for we ask all this in the name of Jesus the Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Thank you. Kindly, let's hold our seats. A healthy mind. A healthy mind. With your delegation, we had a slogan for this 2024 Correctional Service Week, which is majorly themed on mental health issues. And we said that nikisema a healthy mind, tunasema aje? A healthy mind is our chief guest for this year's Correctional Service Week, the Cabinet Secretary for Trade and Industries, Honorable Salim Vuria, the host Principal Secretary for the State Department for Correctional Service, Dr. Salome Biako, all Principal Secretaries accompanying you today, Madam. We have the Principal Secretary for Gender, Madam Anne Wangombe, Principal Secretary, Ministry, State Department for Works, Joel Arumonyang, Principal Secretary for Tourism, Mr. John Olofua, Principal Secretary ICT, John Tanui, Principal Secretary Investment, Abubakar Sals, Mr. Kelo Hazama. We have also Accounting Officer, National Police Service here with us, Madam Banis Leme Doket. Karibuni sana. all other principal secretaries present, all other senior government officials present here today, the Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Patrick Arandu, Secretary Probation and Aftercare Service, Dr. Christine Obondi, our very valuable stakeholders and partners who are today with us, and they have ensured that today is a success, including the ICRC, the INL, the Prime or the Prim, Rawal Foundation, Chandaria Foundation, among others, the leadership and the entire fraternity of Kenya Prison Service, the entire fraternity of Probation and Aftercare Service, the State Department for Correctional Service, the Correctional Service as a whole, all the team of exhibitors that we have around, the spiritual leaders present here today, all invited guests in all capacities, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, we welcome you to the 2024 Correctional Service Week with the theme of mental health and wellness for effective service delivery. So in the room, we have experts in various areas which are very relevant to this year's theme. And these will continually be unpacked because we had begun the conversation. So feel most welcome. And to start off today's ceremony, sir, we are going to have a brief session of entertainment. And in this event, allow me with your permission to invite Inspector Susan, who is going to take us through this session of entertainment. Let's appreciate Susan even as she's making her way. Karibu, Susan.
Thank you, Naomi. Straight to entertainment. I will first call Juma Idi with a poem. Juma Idi, where are you? Makofi ya Juma Idi akija tafadhali. Juma ni officer kutoka Kenya Prison Service. Karibu Juma, makofi akija tafadhali. Karibu.
Naam. Nitakuwa mchache wa shukurani endapo sitoitambua itifaki na kuizingatia kama ilivyozingatiwa pale mwanzo. Mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo? Mbele yenu ni Juma Idi Juma. Koplo Juma Idi Juma, baada ya watafiti mbalimbali kufanya utafiti wao, wakagundua kwamba Juma Idi Juma ni kijana mtanashati, anayekwenda na wakati, mafuta ya sharubati na kasi yake ya Bugatti. Chini nikitia buti na juu nitatinga suti, na nikimwona mgeni wa heshima ndani ya nyumba siku ya leo lazima nitasaluti. Jambo sana. Hawaione. Jamani, hawaione. Asanteni sana. Afya ya kilimara kwa utenda kazi bora. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, salamu zipokeeni, malenga wa uhakika asoni jua ni nani. Leo siku imefika, tumekutana jamani, afya akili imara kwa utenda kazi bora. Afya akili ni janga, twapasa kuongelea, ndio chanzo cha majanga mengi yanayotupitia. Haichagui mchanga, yoyote ashamulia, afya akili imara kwa utenda kazi bora. Dalili za jambo hili, hasira za kila muda, kujenga uadui na vurugu zisoisha, kujitenga na wengine, upweke, mawazo mengi, afya akili imara kwa utenda kazi bora. Inaathiri kazini na maisha ya kila siku, inaathiri tabia, kulala kwa tabu, utawala na huzuni, kikosa na familia, afya akili imara kwa utenda kazi bora. Wengi wetu ni wahanga wa machungu tunapitia, mbele twashindwa kusonga, hali zimetulemea, suluhisho ni kubonga, si vyema kunyamazia, ongea usinyamaze, lenye mwanzo lina mwisho. Suluhisho ni kubonga, usinyamazie maneno, tusisahau kuomba, Mungu hashindwi na jambo. Mazoezi ni sambamba, kwa chakula cha ubongo, ongea usinyamaze, lenye mwanzo lina mwisho. Tamati na malizia, mwisho alangu shairi, kwa Mola twawaombea, wahanga wa jambo hili. Suluhu ni kuongea, huo ndio ujasiri, afya akili imara kwa utenda kazi bora. Shabash!
Makofi ya Jumaidi. Wow, makofi yakielekea kwenye kiti chake. Asante sana Jumaidi. Next we'll have an item from Kenya Prisons Choir. Kama pamoja twasimama. Na kwa sababu wiki ni ya mental health na wellness for effective service delivery, over to you Kenya Prisons Choir. Karibu sana.
tutapata kwenye giza na upweke. Kuna nuru na tumaini tunapokumbwa na mawimbi. Kuna njia tusife moyo japo sauti zatupinga. Kinyume nazo twasimama juu tukijelewa kwa hakika. Uponyaji tutapata kwa pamoja twasimama moja kwa mwingine tuinuane tuje. Tujeni kimya chetu ukweli udirike. Hatua kwa hatua tujipe moyo tutapata mwanga wetu tukiwa na afya ya akili. Tutatoa huduma bora kwa pamoja twasimama moja kwa mwingine tuinuane tuje. Tujeni kimya chetu ukweli udirike. Hatua kwa hatua tujipe moyo tutapata mwanga wetu tukiwa na afya ya akili. Tutatoa huduma bora. Kupitia mapambano washiriki na hofu zetu kupata nguvu kwa dhamana. Tumejenga kwa miaka mingi. Sikiliza kwa makini ufahamu kiini chake katika jumuiya hii. Hakika hatutaanguka kupitia mapambano. Washiriki na hofu zetu kupata nguvu kwa dhamana. Tumejenga kwa miaka mingi. Sikiliza kwa makini ufahamu kiini chake katika jumuiya hii. Hakika hatutaanguka kwa pamoja twasimama moja kwa mwingine tuinuane juu. Tuvunjeni kimya chetu ukweli udirike. Hatua kwa hatua tujipe moyo tutapata mwanga wetu tukiwa na afya ya akili. Tutatoa huduma bora kwa pamoja twasimama na tuinuane juu. Hatua kwa hatua tujipe moyo
Wapi makofi ya Kenya Prisons Choir. Makofi asante, kwa pamoja twasimama. Next and last item, we will have it from Silas Adrian Morethi. Silas, he is an intern in the State Department of Correctional.
When trouble comes and my heart burdens me, and I am still waiting in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more. Dear God, thank you so much for my journey thus far. I want to thank you for my grace, for the grace that you've provided me, for the love and for the mercy. And I know that in the future as I move, you will move with me. And I am grateful. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on someone.
Because we are observing our mental health and wellness. Thank you so much.
Makofi zimekuwa mingi. Let's appreciate ourselves. Asanteni sana, and we are reminded that we should smile. Sindio? Tumesema, what was our slogan? Mental health is an asset. Let's not forget that, and that's why we are here today. Sir, we are now in the next segment of this official opening. I invite the Secretary Probation and Aftercare Service, Dr. Christine Obondi, who is going to give an overview of this event. Karibu sana daktari. Let's appreciate her as she's making her way. Makofi mazuri. Makofi mazuri hadi afike. Mvua Hadi niseme imetosha, tuendelee kwa heshima as daktari is making her way. Asanteni. Karibu sana daktari.
Thank you very much to our chief guest of the day, our Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Salim Mvurya, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services, Dr. Salome Biako. Allow me to ride on the protocols that were earlier established as I salute all the principal secretaries herein present, our esteemed stakeholders and partners, the senior officers from the State Department for Correctional officers from Prison Service and the Probation and Aftercare Service, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mine will be very brief. Guest of honor, sir, we want to thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to join us in this grand ceremony. We are gathered here, sir, on an idea that started barely a year ago through the leadership of our Principal Secretary, and we held our first Correctional Service Week. Then, the emphasis was on rehabilitation and reintegration of our clients, the offenders, taking cognizance of the role our partners play in the process. This year, barely a year, it has become an annual event whose core theme being mental health and wellness for effective service delivery invites you, sir, and all the guests herein present to take a journey through the life of a correctional officer, where the correctional officer has to daily balance between striving to make offenders change their criminal behavior into positive, acceptable behavior, in so doing, contributing to the social and economic development of our country, and then need to balance with the victim of the offenses and the community who, by and large, would wonder why we spend so much yet, without upholding public safety, correctional services would not be what it is today. In contributing, therefore, to the social and economic welfare of our country, the theme of this year's Correctional Service Week is two-pronged. One, we are gathered here today, sir, to bring together all our key stakeholders and our partners that support the dynamic and complex environment in which correctional officers work in, to appreciate the work that we do as correctional services in modifying and changing behavior. Two, we are gathered here today to celebrate the resilience and persistence of correctional officers who have been outstanding in their service delivery. Indeed, the mind is the master. As I conclude, I want to say this, that this marks a paradigm shift, that the State Department, in empowering champions towards sustaining mental health and wellness, would ensure going forward that we have structures in place that will ensure that the service providers, the practitioners, are able to effectively manage and balance between their wellness and the wellness of the community, as well as the offenders whom we handle every day. As we champion this, we are reminded that the mind is the master, that all of us are called upon to master our minds, to ensure that we are healthy mentally, so that we not only have effective service delivery, but we are able to coexist with each other and, of course, the offenders whom we ultimately have released into our communities. Thank you very much for taking time to join us, and we look forward and assuring you that the gains made will improve, and this annual event will be expanded to invite all the relevant ministries and stakeholders with whom and without whom we are not able to operate. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate her even much better. Asanteni. Thank you so much, Dr. Christine Obondi. That is the Secretary Probation and Aftercare Service. Sir, the second person to make his remarks, allow me now to invite the Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Patrick Arandu, to make his remarks. Tumpigeni makofi mazuri anapokuja. Let's encourage him. Karibu, sir. As you speak to this team of the Correctional Service. Karibu.
Our Cabinet Secretary, Investment, Trade and Industries, Honorable Salim Mvuria, Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services, Dr. Salome Biako, all the Principal Secretaries present here today, all the representatives from the ministries, departments and agencies, our esteemed partners and the donor community, civil society organizations, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest today, this is your day to speak to us. It's not my day to speak. It's only recently somebody talked himself out of a job and I need mine, so I'll not talk very much. However, sir, I want to just paint the kind of work we, the Kenya Prisons Officers, does. Representing the KPS today, we have so many commanders here, representing about 106 penal institutions. But just briefly, so that I can tie our theme today and what we do. These officers you are seeing here, they are the AIE holders in their respective stations. So matters finances, they handle it. But that's the easier part. You understand the way the government financial system works. The first 3 months of the financial year, you are minus NAIE. You are required to feed the inmates breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you have to talk to suppliers to give you food to feed inmates for the 3 months. If you think that is easy, try to ask someone to give you 100K and realize for us we are talking about millions. It's never easy for the commanders you are seeing here. They are the same people who deal with HR issues at the station level because all the officers are under them, so they tackle the issues that may arise, matters to do with their families. That not alone, they also deal with issues to do with the welfare of our officers at the station level. Because we are a community. We live with our families within the institutions and within our quarters. These officers are the ones who deal with security issues when called upon, and you realize ours is like a service industry. We also have, for instance, clients that On daily average, you have about 61,000 in all penal institutions across the country. They have their own issues, for instance. They're in custody against their wish. So you are dealing with a clientele that is in our facility against their wish. This clientele, they have not committed same offenses. Some have been convicted, others are suspects, and even those who have been convicted, some of them take time to accept the fact that they committed an offense and they are lawfully and illegally in custody. These officers you are seeing here and all the officers under them, they have to deal with their mental issues, matters, counseling of these inmates. Some of them are very aged inmates in our custody. Others have different issues that needs to be attended by none other than these officers you are seeing here. Again, now, looking at it, you understand why mental health and wellness is key to our effective service provision. And we couldn't have gotten a better theme than this theme that we have this day. For us as correctional officers, indeed, we need this kind of a conference for sure, so that we can be able to share our experiences and also to get even support, because it's not only giving alone that the officers do give, for instance, they also need to get, talk to, encourage, because sometimes people do not realize that us who are at the tail end of the criminal justice system, we deal with the ones whom the community has refused to have. The police feel that in the judiciary, these people belong to the prisons where we are, and therefore, mental health is key to all of us. And therefore, our CS, I want to say that we appreciate our partners, the partners who support us through capacity building, training of trainers, and even talking to our inmates sometimes, because they also need to be talked to, encouraged, so that they do not take away their lives because they are in prison against their wish. So I want to say that we feel honored by your coming, and all the guests who have come to grace this occasion. We want to say that we appreciate your coming is more than mental wellness for us as Kenya Prison Service, and we look forward to having a very fruitful engagement going forward. God bless us all. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Sir, we are now going to the next bit of this opening ceremony. I welcome you now, our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary with your delegation, and the entire team that is within, to watch a documentary which is in line with the theme of this year's Correctional Service Week. This is just highlighting on all the milestones that has been achieved by the State Department for the past 1 week. The ICT team for the documentary that is just highlighting the achievements that we have had as a correctional service. Karibuni.
To be a correctional service of excellence anchored on effective management of offenders and administration of justice has remained a key undertaking for the State Department of Correctional Services. In the past year, the State Department for Correctional Services has made significant strides in enhancing the rehabilitation and reintegration of inmates through improved infrastructure and strategic partnerships. With the continued support of partners, including county governments, the State Department for Correctional Services is paving the way for a brighter future, one where every individual has the chance to reform, rehabilitate, and reintegrate into society.
Kulinda mtu ambaye amevunja sheria ni vigumu sana. Fikiria kama ukiwa na mtoto mtukutu. Kuishi na mtoto mtukutu ni kwa mmoja tu ni kazi ngumu sana. Kumlea, kujaribu kumbadilisha, kujaribu kumrekebisha ni vigumu sana mtoto mmoja.
Principal Secretary Dr. Salome Bieko has already laid out an elaborate strategy towards actualizing the plan through an ambitious reform agenda aimed at modernizing and enhancing the efficiency of correctional facilities across the country as outlined in her 8 priority areas. According to the PS, the department has shifted focus to rehabilitating offenders by providing them with requisite skills that will ease their reintegration back into the society and reduce cases of recidivism.
Kwa sababu wajibu wetu na mandate yetu ni urekebishaji, not punishment. Tangu Constitution 2010 tume move away from punishment to rehabilitation, reformation and reintegration of these offenders.
You have opportunities to improve who you are. I saw from what you performed here and everything that you said, and walking around looking at the beautiful things that you're producing. I know that you have a lot of talent, but you can always make what is good even better, even best. And on that journey, you can count on us. So as a ministry, we are ready to recognize, we have a framework for recognizing what you're good at. Not necessarily what you learned in school, what you're good at, give you a certificate, and you can use that certificate to further that opportunity and make something better.
And let me tell you, when you are in leadership, I usually tell people, when you're in leadership, sweep, and sweep as though no one else will come to sweep after you.
Na unajua ministry yangu inaitwa Creative Economy, Youth and Sport. Na katika hiyo creative economy tuko na kitu tunaita talent. Tunakuangalia hivi, tunaona vile unakatika, unacheza, unafanya nini, tunapiga picha, tunachukua, tunaenda kuweka kwa kompyuta. Inakuangalia na wengine, inakupatia marks. Alafu tunarudi kwako kama uko na marks ya juu, tunasema sasa tutapanga vipi tuendeleze hiyo talanta ambao uko nayo, alafu baadaye upate pesa.
Amid a tight fiscal environment, the department has embarked on efforts to enhance agricultural productivity within its facilities with plans to expand farmland, mechanize operations and increase capital investment underway. A visit across the various correctional centers across the country bears testament to the enterprise. This as efforts to enhance training programs are established to improve agricultural techniques by introducing irrigation systems and post-harvest storage facilities that will ensure a more robust food supply chain within the prison system. At the Mwea prison, rice farming is now a major activity, with the institution already having commissioned a rice milling plant. A fish farming initiative is already underway at the Rumuruti GK prison in a partnership between the State Department and the Laikipia County government.
Because the fish will also require oxygen.
Nyindaro Prison, in partnership with the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, has taken a significant step toward enhancing food security by becoming a certified potato seed producer. Prison officers have already undergone requisite training, which they will in turn pass over to inmates held at the facility.
It is a center of excellence. It's a model that is a class on its own, of its own. So, now the idea is tutapatia farmers mwanzo katika county ya Nyandarua, alain county ya Laikipia, alafu tuendelee vile vile certified potato seeds. Very high quality potato seeds, so that we can increase potato production Nyandarua County, Laikipia County na county zile zingine.
There is no reason
that our prison community cannot engage and motivate its members to employ skills and technologies optimally, such that they can even supply surplus produce to the rest of the Kenyan community. It is expected that 10,000 acres of prison land will be mechanized in next year's program, so that we can use our prison facilities to produce food in our quest to ensure there is sufficient, affordable food as we journey towards a food-secure nation and reducing the cost of living in our society.
Several other projects targeted at other crops have also been started across the country, with the department evaluating potential partnership with county administrations as part of the whole government approach. A maize milling plant at the Naivasha Maximum Prison is easing pressure on the Kenya Prison Service in its quest to provide essential food supplies to inmates. The industrial capabilities of prisons have also witnessed an upgrade with the revamping of prisons industry in an effort to enhance efficiency and increase production. Various programs are underway to modernize the industry, including the prison's timber yard kiln seasoning center located in the city's industrial area, as well as revamping of the leather industry at Kitengela Line Committee prisons, while modern tools and equipment will be introduced to 108 workshops across the various prisons. The government, through the Department of Correctional Services, is set to adopt new technologies as part of the ongoing efforts to modernize the prisons industry. Probation and aftercare services has recorded major strides with enhanced human capital and improved infrastructure, including the commissioning of a new probation office in Murang'a County, which will provide critical support to individuals in the probation system, offering a space for guidance, rehabilitation, and community reintegration. The Principal Secretary, accompanied by senior staff from the department, has visited various probation centers, ensuring that every officer is provided with the tools necessary to deliver quality services to ensure effective rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders back into society.
And the community must be able to participate in the process of the rehabilitation and resettlement of offenders, because ultimately these offenders are our relatives, they are our parents, they are our children, they are our neighbors, and we must learn to coexist even as we address the offending behavior.
Among the achievements is the commissioning of new multi-purpose halls across its facilities, including at Jamhuri and Eldoret prisons, which will serve as educational spaces, meeting halls and venues for vocational training and recreational activities. In a bid to modernize operations, plans are underway to automate all correctional services, including revenue collection and offender records, as well as security upgrades, which will include the installation of CCTV cameras, scanners, and metal detectors. On the social protection front, a salary increment directive for officers has already been effected, while resources have already been allocated to acquire medical supplies and build mental health wings in 9 maximum security prisons.
Raisi alituongezea mshahara. We delayed a bit up to that 1st of last month ili kusudi tuone kama tutapata approvals ya kufeed that salary increment kwa wakati huo. Ilipochelewa ilibidi sasa tufunge payroll, tukarelease mshahara. Mjazoea kupata mshahara umechelewa, lakini nawahakikishia kwamba mshahara wa increment ya mwezi wa Julai pamoja na mwezi huu mshahara umeongezewa, kwa hivyo mtapata mshahara yenu kwa wakati unaofaa.
Already, the Magereza Level 4 Hospital has officially been handed over to the Correctional Department and is poised to improve the overall healthcare of both staff and inmates. The 150-bed facility boasts 2 major theaters, an accident and emergency unit, maternity and dental services, and a morgue among critical facilities.
We have a bed capacity of 6.
After we monitor our mothers for hourly, we are able to admit them now to the delivery room, then we can proceed to the delivery room. We can be able to conduct 2 deliveries at a go, sir. And at least in a day, within 24 hours, we can be able to carry out 10 to 20 normal deliveries, and we monitor our mothers here.
This hospital is one of the premier medical facilities that we continue to develop to assist our men and women in uniform, as well as their families and other stakeholders, including members of the public, to get access to high standard and high quality medical services.
The development coming even as the said department enhances its mental health and wellness programs across its technical units, the Kenya Prison Service and probation and aftercare services.
So we always encourage officers to know that they have their families, at the same time they have work. This has to be balanced in a way that you dedicate time when you're off duty or when you're on leave to your family. On the other hand, you are totally committed when it comes to work, so that you do not have issues to do with the family affecting the way you are working, or matters to do with your work affecting your family or well-being of your family.
Several targeted programs are already underway across its facilities as the department moves to make service delivery more efficient.
I'm a probation officer, and of course, I take care of my mental health, spirituality.
I'm a probation officer, of course, I take care of my finances.
I'm a probation officer, and of course I enjoy a good social life.
I am a probation officer, and of course I take care of my family.
I am a probation officer, I take care of the environment. Thank you.
I am a probation officer. Of course, I take care of my physical wellness.
I'm a probation officer, of course I take care of my career.
I'm a probation officer, of course I take time to play.
Psychosocial support has been increased through the introduction of peer-to-peer programs, mental health committees and stigma reduction with outpatient health services enhanced to allow flexibility, reduce stigma and engage the prisons communities in supporting the staff in treatment.
We do have a full-fledged Directorate of Health Services that looks into some of these matters or cases that have been forwarded to the headquarters. And then interventions can be, for instance, referred to probably a rehabilitation center, to a psychiatrist, and any other approach or intervention that is suitable depending with the matter at hand. Because mental issues are not the same. The stressors, the causes of these mental issues differ from one person to another. It could be marital, it could be family, it could be maybe drug and substance issue, finances, etc. Even denial of inmates who have been put in custody can lead to mental health.
Tunashirikiana na wadau, stakeholders, ambao pia wanakuja katika stesheni zetu pengine weekend pia kuongelesha. Na mwaka huu wote kila stesheni iliweka mikakati ya kuensure mental health is intentionally being focused on.
The efforts include support to those affected by physical and emotional trauma, such as those who are providing professional services to victims of the Shakahola cult massacre and the shooting incident at the Makadara courts.
It took the probation officer to walk through the minds of the key perpetrators to understand the thinking and the attitude that pushed them to bring along others to engage in such extremism. So such is the life of a probation officer.
Kuona wale zile kaburi kila siku, kwa hakika ni kazi nzito sana. Lakini sisi tuliwashughulikia each and every one of them. Na wakati walipomaliza ile kazi, mimi niliteremka pale Mombasa, nikaongea nao na nikawashughulikia na nika make sure wako taken care of vizuri.
The programs are also targeted at financial probity among officers working at the department.
Kuna ile microfinance inapeana unga like 10 kg, unangojea kama bado wanakushughulikia pesa yako. Unapata unaomba kama 10k lakini payslip ina read 200. Sasa wakati unaenda banki kulipia, mnavutana kuchukua tu hiyo check. Wanataka bado waendelee kukukata ukiendelea kuumizwa. Alafu pia ningependa serikali ingilie wakati ambapo officers wanatoka training ndio wapate hii knowledge about finance, wapate kuplan budget yao na kuinvest vizuri, ndio wasije wakaingia kwa hii mambo na financial constraints yenye italeta stress ama depression.
Lakini sisi tumebahatika, Mungu ametubariki na ajira. Na vile ametubariki na ajira, pia ametupatia pesa, fedha, tuwe good stewards ya hizo fedha. Na kama hatuko good stewards ya hizo fedha, tunazi waste. We have a hate relationship with money. As soon as money lands in your pocket, you want to get rid of it. Through drinking, through funny things. Instead of using that money, pole mpaka mwezi uishe. And that is what is causing a lot of mental stress and depression and desertions. Haifai hata kidogo, haifai. Hiyo ndio inasababisha mara mingi kukuwe na strife kwa familia. Kwa sababu fedha ambazo Mungu ametubariki nazo tuwe good stewards, tupeleke kwa familia, haziendi mahali ambapo zinafaa ziende. Na ndio maana there is a lot of strife in the family. A lot of strife in the family. Haifai. Because when you have no peace at home, you can't work well. And what is our mandate? Our mandate is to ensure there is safe and secure confinement of our inmates. With what motto and with what vision? The vision of ensuring that this correctional services is a correctional service of excellence. Lakini hatuwezi fanya hivyo if we are troubled in the mind. We are troubled about lack of sufficient money. We are troubled because we have wasted our money. We are troubled because we have taken so many loans. It is important we have fiscal and financial discipline. Fiscal and financial discipline. Tusiwe wale watu ambao wanasema there is too much month after the salary has been paid. It can't be that way. Wenzanguni, it can't be that way. Because I see those reports. Nikizi receive. I see those reports. We try to live within our means. Tuwache hizi mashailogs. People are willing to lend us. But there is no way we are going to accept that you have less salary than you should earn. There is no way. There is no way. Hatutakubali hivyo. People must have enough money for their own upkeep until the month is over.
And when tragedy struck families in parts of the country following devastating floods, the department was at hand to relieve the pain of those most affected. Staff from the department partnered with the Kenya Red Cross Society to donate food and non-food items valued at 2.4 million shillings to support those affected by the floods. Sports has also been given more prominence among prison staff and offenders, with a pilot for the Chess for Freedom project targeting inmates underway in selected centres. The Kenyan team was among those who participated during the 4th International Online Chess Championship for Prisoners 2024 as part of the Chess for Freedom program and continuation of the International Championships among prisoners, which was first held in 2019. Through the Affordable Housing Program, the department has partnered with that of Housing with a plan to construct at least 28,000 units for prison staff, with construction for some of the units, including 100 housing units at Shimolatewa GK Prison, already complete. More accommodation facilities, especially for mothers with children, along with improvements to water and sanitation systems, are also planned for construction. To achieve this, new daycare facilities, education and training centers, and vocational training workshops have been set up to equip offenders with various skills, including masonry and food production technology. This has been especially successful through the support of partners with the leadership of the State Department, encouraging public-private partnerships in some of its undertakings. And as Kenya races to achieve the 15 billion trees target by 2032, the department plans to plant 100 million trees annually within correctional facilities to mitigate the effects of climate change. During this year's Mazingira Day celebrations, the department planted over 300,000 trees in its facilities spread across the country. In an effort to ride on international best practices, the State Department has leveraged on its networks. Among the milestones include hosting the first African Conference on Health in Detention, where over 150 delegates from African countries and international health experts attending the forums. The conference brought together practitioners and managers from African countries, including those from government ministries, public health experts, representatives from international organizations and researchers. And as part of its quest to align its operations with best international practices, the department has also embarked on a journey to develop a legal and policy framework for Kenya's correctional services, informed by the need to establish a legal framework for correctional services that is in line with the Constitution and speaks to the current offender management practices. The State Department for Correctional Services has prioritized decongesting the country's prisons as part of ongoing reforms targeting correctional facilities by working closely with the judiciary.
We must seek to approach justice that repairs the harm done by providing an opportunity for the offenders to take responsibility for the harm occasioned by addressing the aftermath of crime.
We also want to release those who have qualified for CSO, community service order, to show to the public and to show to the communities that you can be engaged usefully in the communities. It is better if they use you to, what are they using you? To plant trees, isn't it? To improve our environment, isn't it? And then we can even sell these carbon credits because of the work that you have done to clean and enhance our environment, what we are calling green justice.
Decongestion initiative, which include review of bail and bond terms, the department has registered tremendous gains. This has seen the department partner with several county administrations, including Laikipia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nyandarua and Nairobi counties, where those who benefit from the program work in the counties. The department further intends to establish e-courts in all its facilities in collaboration with the judiciary to ensure swift access to justice for offenders.
Thank you so much. Tuji Coffee forums, we are able to showcase really what correctional services are able to do. And again, that will help us in increasing the service delivery as she's making her way. Karibu sana, madam.
Honorable Salim Wuria Mngala, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, my question, State Department for Correctional Services, valuable partners, Good afternoon. Before I make my speech, sir, allow me, with your kind permission, to invite our colleague PS, Dr. Juma Mokwana, Principal Secretary, State Department for Industry, to make a few remarks and introduce my colleague principal secretaries present.
All protocols observed. I want to start, because we have many who will all not speak. John Tanui was, I think, stepped out. Also in the room is Joel Arumonyang, our PS for Public Service. Please give him a clap. Also with us, and I think he has stepped out, is PS Kelo Harsama, our PS for the ASALs and Regional Development. Give him a clap in absentia. We also have our PS John Ololtua, our PS for Tourism, Makofi Kwake. We also have PS for Investments, Abakar Hassan. And finally, we have PS for Gender, Anne Wangombe. Give her a clap. Okay, thank you very much. The Commissioner General of Prisons, Patrick Arandu, Dr. Christine Obondi, our Head of Secretary of Professional Services, our CS Salim Vuria. On behalf of this team, we want to say that we are very happy to be here because we recognize that the prison service is a big institution and potentially it is our home, all of us. So we appreciate that fact that any of us could be, this is really our home. And in the spirit of all government approach, this big institution requires all our inputs and our support. And I know that, for example, the ICT State Department is working with the State Department and the prison service to digitize and even connect internet to the prisons. Our brother from investments, potentially you have a lot of resource in terms of the human resource and also the land that you have that could potentially be a good source for investments. I do know that I've already visited Committee Prison, and we have seen that with the land you have, we are currently developing our county aggregation and industrial parks, and we need large quantities of specialized commodities. And as I've said, I think we'll be working together to support, again, how we can produce those food crops. Also because your industries that have donated a number of equipment and also some of the prisons that we have. In terms of regional tourism, I have seen a lot of products out here that John can also support things. So we really must appreciate the work of your office. And we really must appreciate the work of your officers. I've visited the prisons. I've visited the prisons. I really want to appreciate you, Salome, and you. I really want to appreciate you, Salome, and your team for the passion.
The presence of these PSs and the rest who have given their apology, that we work together closely under the guidance of the Head of Public Service. And I wish to commend all the PSs who could make it. Thank you very much. We are greatly honored as the State Department for Correctional Services. It is my distinct honor to welcome you all to this important occasion. Contributions, both material and technical, have made this event possible. In a very special way, I'd like to thank INL as well as Rawat and many other organizations that have sponsored this conference. Let us clap for them. This year's theme, Mental Health, Wellness for Effective Service Delivery, is not only timely but also crucial for the future of our service. The mental well-being of those within our correctional institutions, whether they be inmates or staff, is central to our ability to fulfill our mandate. Mental health is a cornerstone for creating a safe, secure, and effective correctional environment. This theme also brings to light the importance of safeguarding the mental wellness of our correctional officers and staff whose daily responsibilities are demanding, often stressful and emotionally taxing. Today, we are delighted to be joined by Correctional Services representatives from across the nation, including participants from the 137 Kenya prison institutions and 148 probation stations. This broad involvement underscores the countrywide significance of this event. I would like to take a moment to offer my gratitude to the officers and staff who participated in the nationwide activities leading to today's opening ceremony. These activities, which were conducted concurrently across various regions, have been fundamental in setting the pace for today's celebrations. Through workshops, training sessions, and community outreach programs, we have explored a range of critical issues, including financial management, emotional intelligence, mental, spiritual, and physical wellness. We have also placed a strong emphasis on holistic wellness, covering mental, spiritual, and physical health. Correctional officers and staff face unique challenges in managing the emotional strain and stresses of their work. As we embark on this year's conference and exposition, I am pleased to share the 4 key objectives which will guide our discussions and proceedings in the coming days. Number 1, promoting a supportive and inclusive work environment. Number 2, raising awareness about the importance of mental health and wellness. Number 3, mobilizing resources and support for mental health. And number 4, empowering staff to embrace new approaches to mental health challenges, reflection on success for the first Correctional Service Week. This year's event marks a second commemoration of Correctional Service Week, following the success of the inaugural event in October 2023. The foundations laid during the last year's event have allowed us to grow both in scale and impact as we continue to prioritize the mental health and well-being of our staff and offenders. As Dalai Lama once said, the greatest wealth is mental health. This is a truism we must carry with us, both in our personal lives and our professional responsibilities. Mental health is not only vital for personal well-being, but is also essential for effective service delivery. The stresses and challenges faced by correctional officers are unique, and if left unattended, professionalism will be compromised in the long run. During this conference, we have a comprehensive program that includes plenary discussions, presentations, and a Q&A session. I am particularly pleased to highlight the inclusion of a free mental health and wellness booth at the display area where attendees and staff can receive necessary support and guidance. Correctional Service Week is not just a celebration, it is a call for action. It is a reminder, as Sonia Parker reiterated, your mental health is a priority, your happiness is a priority, your self-care is a priority, your existence is a priority. These words should resonate deeply with all of us, not only as individuals, but as a team that values and prioritizes overall mental wellness. As we move forward with today's program, I would like to give you a sneak preview of what is to come. Throughout the week, we will focus on developing an action plan for integrating mental health and wellness into our service delivery. This plan will outline concrete steps for improving mental health support for both staff and offenders, and will serve as a roadmap for future of our institutions. In the past year, we have made significant strides in enhancing our correctional services. Some notable achievements include the pre-aqua bottling plant and manufacture of paints as part of our expanding prison enterprise. And I will encourage all the MDAs to kindly procure their water from us. It is one of the best mineral water you can ever get. Tujibikieni makofi maafisa. It is true. It is of very high quality. Furthermore, on 26th of November, sir, we will celebrate a major milestone as 56 inmates and prison officers will graduate with a degree in law courtesy of the University of London. This achievement highlights our strategy of employing higher education as a rehabilitation pathway. Dear participants, I encourage all of you to take advantage of this week's events, engage in the discussions, share your insights, and ask questions. Together we can create a correctional service that delivers not only effective service, but also promotes mental, emotional, and physical well-being of all those within our care. It is now my solemn honor and duty to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Salim Muvuria, to make his remarks. Kindly let us be upstanding to welcome him. Please let's clap for him as he's coming up.
Asante sana, tunaweza keti. Asante sana. Thank you very much. I want to recognize the Principal Secretary in charge of Correctional Services, Dr. Salome Biako. The Principal Secretary is here present, and thank you for coming in large numbers. The Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Patrick Arunda, representatives from different government agencies, senior government officials here present, our partners in the private sector, and also in the development fraternity. I also want to recognize the prison commanders who have come from across the country. I also want to recognize the individuals and groups that performed here today. Silas Mrithi, Jumaidi, the prison choir, the prison band, our MCs who were taking up the program before now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here this afternoon representing His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki and the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination, and therefore I'm here representing my colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I join you today as we begin this auspicious Correctional Service Week 2024. This year's theme, Mental Health and Wellness for Effective Service Delivery, could not be more timely or relevant. It speaks imperatively to the core of our mission that is promotion of just and secure society through efficient and effective management of offenders and administration of justice. The mental health and well-being of both our staff and inmates are very critical to the success of our correctional services. Without a healthy mind, there can be no effective service delivery, no genuine rehabilitation, and no successful reintegration into society. As we come together this week, we reflect on how to strengthen our efforts to prioritize mental wellness at every level of the correctional system. One of the key tools for this transformation is the National Guidelines on Mental Health and Wellness, which we will discuss in depth this week. These guidelines are vital because they don't just address treatment, They emphasize prevention and the creation of environments that nurture emotional well-being for both staff and inmates. Our challenge and our goal is to ensure that these guidelines are fully operationalized across all correctional facilities in the country. Mental health cannot be viewed in isolation from the broader social context. Many of the individuals under our care have been deeply affected by social determinants such as poverty, limited access to education, and lack of community support. These factors negatively impact their mental health and subsequently shape their behavior and overall worldview. By understanding these influences, we can design more effective interventions both inside our correctional facilities and in the communities to which these individuals will eventually return. Ladies and gentlemen, as it stands now, the mental wellness of those in our correctional facilities face significant challenges. We have seen stress, trauma, and even violence, both among staff and inmates. The purpose of this conference, therefore, is not just to identify these issues, but to propose meaningful solutions. We must focus on actionable strategies that will lead to improved policies, better access to mental health services, and the creation of environments that foster overall well-being. A particularly critical area is the care of special needs offenders, especially those with disabilities or unique mental health conditions. These individuals require specialized interventions, and we are committed to ensuring that they receive the care they deserve within our facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, to fully strengthen our mental health systems, a paradigm shift towards collaborative and integrated approach remains inevitable. We cannot do this alone. We must work closely with healthcare providers, development partners, community or people-based organizations, and families. Together we can build a sustainable support system for mental health within our correctional facilities. Breaking down the silos between health and correctional services is key, and our partnership must be seamless, benefiting both staff and inmates alike. This conference marks the beginning of a roadmap toward better mental health and wellness in our correctional services. My hope is that we leave this event with a clear and robust actionable step based on measurable outcomes. Going forward, let this event re-inspire our commitment to cultivating a culture of promoting safe correctional spaces with necessary and responsive psychological support services. As I conclude, I want to urge all of you to fully engage in the discussions this week. Your contributions are vital. May all of us champion mental health as a top priority with our respective roles. Together, we build a more resilient correctional system where mental wellness serves as a foundational bedrock for steering our ability to cope with stress, work effectively, and uphold healthy interpersonal outlook. I also want to say that as I was coming here, I looked at the exhibitions outside there, and they gave me very good insights. I want to recognize that already the PS here is mobilizing her colleagues, because surely we need a whole government approach. I know in the correctional facilities, there are quite a number of challenges, but when we look forward in a progressive manner, we have a strategic opportunity to tap into the potential of our prison industries. His Excellency the President, as you are aware, has been telling us that he's very passionate, about Buy Kenya and Build Kenya. And in the area of furniture, importation of furniture, a levy was introduced. This levy is supposed to discourage imports of furniture and encourage local industries. So the prison industries are very key in this process, and I want to urge all of us and all Kenyans, to make sure that they support the prison industries on matters furniture. In fact, they have a better furniture than the imports that we see every day. The second area, which is also very critical, especially in my ministry, we are also looking at matters, investment and value chains, and see how we can encourage rural industrialization. And therefore, in most counties, right now we've started with 19 counties, we have county aggregation and industrial parks. And basically what we are doing is to make sure that we harness the potential of value chains, for example, tomato and others, to steer the rural industrialization. Through that State Department, it is very crucial to mention that if you have surplus, it can be accommodated in the county aggregation and industrial parks. And that is why Dr. Juma Mukwana process. I heard the presentation about tomato in Nyandarua and Laikipia, potatoes, yeah? I know in the last 1 month, we were in Naivasha Special Economic Zone, and we were able to launch a company there which is going to process potato products so that we don't import. That is a very critical area, and I think Abubakar is here. You can easily work together to ensure that that linkage, that backward linkage is properly developed. I can mention many more examples because I know that our correctional services have a big opportunity. What I want to say is that let us not do things the same way. We will not get different results. Let us be strategic so that whatever is being produced at the correctional service, of course there is internal utilization, but also let us strategically position so that those products can also find markets. I was happy, PS, when you mentioned to me that you also have a program where you have quality seeds that have been produced in the various centers. And you are aware that Kenya has opened new markets across the globe for agricultural products. We have new markets now in the EU, where we have opened Kenyan products in 27 countries. We have new markets in Africa, where we have opened a 1.2 billion population, which is a new market, and 300 million people in East Africa. So we really have a big challenge as Kenya to ensure that we model products of high quality that can find markets across the areas that we have already done. So the whole government approach will be very useful to mop up and inspire our correctional services, first of all, to be sustainable in their services, but also have room to generate more income and also grow the economy. So I'm really persuaded that the whole government approach will be very useful in providing this kind of support. So these as areas of challenge. One of you said it is our home. So we make our home much more homely. You know, it becomes a home with a good environment. And I think that is important to ensure that we work with the State Department of Correctional Services to see how we can inspire new ideas, to see how we can provide more support for sustainability for now and in the future. For those many remarks, I want to take this opportunity to declare the Correctional Service Week 2024 officially open, and I wish you a productive and impactful engagements. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, sir. We humbly request you to remain on the podium as we invite the Principal Secretary, State Department, for a correct time to welcome and gift our chief guest for today's event. Officially open 2024 Correctional Service. Asante. We are then going to have, with all humility, all representatives of principal secretaries, the Commissioner General of Prisons, Secretary Parks, and also Secretary Account, so that we take the center stage for that first exposure. Then we are going to have another exposure and the third exposure. So the first one, you're having the CS, all principal secretaries present, the representatives, the Commissioner General of Prisons kindly join, and the Secretary Parks kindly. That should be our first exposure. Let Madam join first so that we have that as our first exposure. Thank you for your patience. Partners, let's make our way kindly to join them. We kindly request the first team to remain standing with all humility as we invite the partners, our great stakeholders. Kindly let's join. Let's join and take another row. All partners present. Partners and stakeholders, kindly let's join. The CEOs present. This is going down to the Correctional Service memory and history, that a day that was very successful. We had this great delegation officially opening. Let's have them at the back so that we all fit. Kwa heshima kubwa sana, we can fit in to the back. Let's just rope into the back so that we have two lines. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Then the partners, we request you to retreat to your seats. The partners kindly retreat. And the first team, with all humility, let's proceed as directed to where we have our officers with the uniform. With all humility, we are going to have a very memorable exposure today. Partners, we can have our seats kindly. The first team, the CS, all PSs, all representative of PSs, the Commissioner General of Prisons, the Secretary Parks, and the Secretary Accounting, Secretary National Police Service. So we can take these as from the upper view for the photographers. We want to have a background of uniformed officers, and we will be requested that we be saluting in that position as they are capturing the moment. The officers in uniform will be in that position of attention and saluting so that it captures the moment. So we salute. Whole photo. Wonderful. Those of us in berets, we can salute. We can salute to make it look even much, much better. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Takes a lot of patience, and we really appreciate you. Asante. We are now inviting you, sir, to the last exposure. Kindly, we request you to come this side. So we have the very last with all of us over here. Those in civilian, just over here. Sure. Thank you for your patience, for accepting that we give these directions, that you move here and there, and you still remain very humble. We're just going to have it here. Let's all be upstanding. This one will be taken from the stage as our chief guest and his entourage is over here. Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. As guided by our team. Thank you. So the rest of us will be outstanding. We can take this from that view, the entire crowd. As the prison's band is preparing for the national anthem, even as we are having this last exposure. Thank you so much. Appreciated. We are requesting that we could just step by, then we are going to have the national anthem as we close this official opening ceremony. The band, if you're ready, the national anthem. Thank you so much. We will allow our chief guest and his entourage to leave at their own pleasure, and the rest of us, we are requested to remain humbly where we are for further direction as the event has officially been opened, meaning that we are continuing. The rest of us, kindly let's remain where we are. Thank you, our band. Let's have our seats, kindly. Let's have our seats. Asante. Thank you so much, band. Tujipigeni makofi ya mwisho tafadhali. We want to appreciate you for your patience since morning up to now. We are being directed that we have one more event for the day. That is, either we go for lunch, come back and finish, or we get done, we go for lunch as we are done and done. Democracy. What should we do? We stay, right? What do we do? Should we stay and get done about 15 to 20 minutes? So we finish, then we proceed for lunch and proceed home and come back tomorrow. Are we good? How many are for lunch? How many are for staying? The stays have it. Asanteni. And in that event, allow me to invite my colleague and my senior superintendent of prison, Justice Akanyenya, to lead that session. Asanteni.
Okay, sawa. Waswahili wanasema paka akitoka panya anaingia ama paka atarudi. Asante. Basi nafikiria tumesimama by Dr. Commissioner of Prisons, Josephine Wanza. Dr. Josephine Wanza, Commissioner of Prisons. Jamani, tumpigie makofi. Makofi ya kilo. No, hiyo ni ya grams. Makofi ya kilo. 1, 2, 3 twende. Pa. hapa tena, funga, fungua. Anapoingia, I want to recognize Mr. Morit.
Of inmates to the global economy, approximately $1 trillion each year, with this cost largely being driven by lost productivity. In Kenya alone, mental health conditions cost the economy around 62.2 billion in the year 2021. These are some of the challenges facing mental health issues in Kenyan prisons. Most of them have been discussed by the panelists who came in before. Access to mental health services, stigma and discrimination, and this is more pronounced. Dual stigmatization by virtue of one being incarcerated and secondly, prison space is also an environment where there's a lot of trauma and violence, and not all our prison staff have training pertaining to mental health. Additionally, substance abuse has been correlated to mental health issues. So based on these factors and others discussed before, there's need for interventions to safeguard the mental well-being of correctional, preventing work-related mental health conditions, supporting staff, and the most common conditions we diagnose are depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and substance use disorders. And these conditions have an impact on incarceration on mental health. And how mental health is affected by virtue of being incarcerated is that there's isolation and lack of support, which may worsen already existing mental health conditions or further exacerbate mental conditions in inmates who already are genetically predisposed. Then, of course, the exposure to violence and trauma within prisons, the stigma surrounding mental health in correctional setting, additional factors within the prison environment that also worsen or predispose to mental illness include that perceived negative staff-inmate interaction, the fear of being victimized, and overall, when someone is incarcerated, there's a consequent disconnection from family, society, and social supports. And again, studies that have been done, as well as globally, there's diminished meaning and purpose of life among the prison. Urgent need for intervention and coming up with mental health programs, that paradigm shown. And again, as the inmates transition from prison support environment, because of the long working hours, the understaffing, look at the condition diagnosed, they're almost the same as those found within the inmates, but most of them are attributable to between work and mental health. Yes, there is. And this will be discussed in detail in subsequent presentations, but work is considered a social determinant of mental health, and meaningful work is protective for mental health, as it contributes to a person's sense of achievement. On the contrary, harmful and hazardous working conditions or environments, poor working relations, mental health conditions. The Task Force on Mental Health found Kenyans have high levels of stress at the workplace, with those living with mental health conditions facing stigma and discrimination at the workplace. So again, we explore the relationship between good mental health and effective service delivery. When the mental health well-being of correctional staff is taken care of, we will see a population, they are more effective in managing inmates, maintaining order. Those are addressed, we see a more safe and secure environment. Issues of resource allocation, where prioritizing mental uses the overall healthcare costs. And lastly, positive institutional culture. And again, when we fail to address these mental health concerns, we'll a risk to the community. These are some of the existing mental health initiatives within prisons. We have training programs on mental health, awareness, detection, and management. And these have been done to our prison officers as well as inmates. Additionally, counseling services, peer-to-peer support groups have been established within prisons. When the inmates come in, they are screened and proper linkage based on the conditions diagnosed, proper linkage is done. And we're also seeing an era of, a correctional setup where mental health issues are discussed openly in an effort to just reduce the stigma and encourage our prison staff with mental concerns to come out. And lastly, the earlier mentioned mental wellness committees, whose chair are the station commanders. Many recommendations have been made by the panel that came in earlier on, but additionally, there's always room for improvement. We need to increase mental health awareness, improve access to mental health services, collaborate with partners, implement peer groups, ensure regular. One, we look at government. The government comes in strongly in providing policy framework and resources for mental health interventions, as well as oversee mental health programs and treatment protocols in correctional setting. Our able partners have come in strongly on matters of capacity strengthening, supporting rehabilitation programs, as well as awareness campaigns, and as well as the partnerships with government bodies to implement some of these programs. As a community member, you also have a role. So our main role is to support reintegration programs and provide emotional support to former inmates, and basically collaborate in post-release mental health follow-up. Healthcare professionals within the correctional settings have a role of delivering psychiatric care and mental health services within prisons by conducting assessments and therapy to inmates in a humane manner. And lastly, even as we review them and link them up post-release, the linkage post-release is still key. So as I conclude my presentation, mental wellness is essential for effective service delivery in correctional setting, and supportive environments lead to better outcomes for inmates, staff, and the community at large. And lastly, prioritizing mental health reduces stigma, promotes rehabilitation, and enhances safety. Thank you. Am I taking questions now? Am I taking questions now, or they'll do a catch-up? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, tumuongezee makofi jamani. Tena amejaribu kuingia kwa ile program ya nini kabisa, si ndio? Au kuchelewesha, si ndio? Tumuongezee. And we really appreciate, and I want to recognize again the presence of DCGP Maswai. I've seen him around. Karibu sana sa. Now, it is heading to lunchtime, so we are closing our presentations there. And I've been reminded to remind you that as we break for lunch, you are free to visit our exhibitions here and see what the Correctional Service is doing. And then before I invite Pastor Ombati to give the closing prayers and also pray for food, I was also requested to give you advice that as we proceed for lunch, there are two colors of cards. There is the yellow, indicating the 8th floor, and there is this other one, pink, indicating 1st floor. They will be issued somewhere there. So those who are there, they know us. Once they give you a yellow card, okay, I'm also reminded that exhibition and the rest of attendance tomorrow. So, nafikiria mambo ya kadi imeeleweka, zitapeanwa pale.
We go with these ones home. We don't forget to come with them tomorrow. And we are also still invited to visit interest you.
Chain masses from our various homes up to this point. We pray that you may continue to be with us throughout the week, so that we may have done, so that we may be able to learn and be able to deliver to our clients, so that they may be well citizens in earth and in heaven. Father, as we are going to leave this place, we pray that you may praise our meals and enable us to travel well to our various places of rest and be ready to come tomorrow for the rest of the day. Feast us in a special way and help our various families that we left at our home, so that they may also have peace, so that they may also prepare to learn more through whatever we learn today, because we will share, since the topics cuts across families, friends, and relatives. Let thy will be done, Father, for we pray in the name of Jesus Christ.
Kwa hivyo bendi yetu mnaweza tupigia kidogo watu wakiondoka, na tafadhali tuchukue hiyo kadi kwa sababu hii ni Nairobi.